pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
What are you looking for?
Menu.
Oh, is it under your file? She gave it to us when we ended the budget.
Yeah, I left it here, so it's here when I get back.
We print another?
Yeah, it went missing, sorry.
Oh, yeah, because we had the WAC meeting, so
Oh, that's what happened.
they took over the room.
Okay.
I think I'll, before I go to a proclamation that the fire district has asked us to read, just, people have heard about the pharmacy closing. We are working on it. We're going to open up our work session tomorrow to discuss what the status is. And just to let people know what we're working on, what the current situation is, as well as hear from the community concerns, so that as we try and craft a response on how to deal with this, we have your input as well. So I just wanted to get that out on the record for tonight for those who are here and on Zoom, and if anyone who is watching it on YouTube video or will see it on channel 22 before 1 p.m. tomorrow. So I just wanted to open with that. The proclamation, it is Fire Prevention Week, October 6th through October 12th. And so the fire commissioners had gone over this at their last meeting and wanted to have a proclamation. And I think annually we do have one. This year, they have a focus on lithium-ion batteries, and their theme is Charge into Safety. So, whereas the town of Shelter Island is committed to ensuring the safety and security of all those living in and visiting Shelter Island, and whereas potential serious fire hazard exists with the charging of lithium-ion batteries used in many homes and road devices, and whereas the 2025 Fire Prevention Week of October 6th through October 12th theme is Charge into Safety for lithium-ion batteries, and whereas a lithium-ion battery fire gives off highly toxic gases and is very difficult to extinguish, and whereas the following safety steps can help prevent a fire, and whereas only by listed products that have a safety certification, such as ELT and CSA, that meet certain safety standards, and whereas always use the code that came with the product, and whereas always follow the instructions from the manufacturer, and whereas do not overcharge your device and unplug when charged, and whereas recycle your device or battery at a safe recycling location, and whereas electric scooters and bikes present a greater risk of a fire hazard and should not be stored inside your home, now therefore be it proclaimed that the town board of the town of Shelter Island hereby proclaims October 6th through October 12th, 2025 as National Fire Prevention Week throughout the town of Shelter Island. So that's it. Do we have any correspondence?
We have
It's
two resignation letters.
Okay.
I'm going to state who they are.
For the custodials? Go.
That and health care, health and work.
Well, okay, health and wellness. Oh, so we'll have an opening on health and wellness. Is there anyone from the public who has a question or comment about any of the resolutions for this evening that were not part of a public hearing? Anyone on Zoom? Okay, then we will proceed with the resolutions. Start us off.
Whereas Bootsy SI LLC, Michael Elb, 85 Shore Road, has petitioned the town of Shelter Island for permission to conduct site grading using approximately 879 cubic yards of soil material obtained from on-site excavations located outside the wetlands regulated area. Within the adjacent regulated area, in association with the construction of a proposed 4,654 square foot two-story dwelling, 5,710 of SFLA, with 1,219 square foot masonry patio, partially covered by an 877 square foot deck and 931 square foot one-story accessory garage, all located at least 100 feet from wetlands and outside the wetlands regulated area. An 864 square foot infinity edge saltwater filtration, swimming pool, and spa with attached spillway. 100 square feet, of which is located within the adjacent regulated area, located 97 feet from wetlands. Install 4-foot-high pool enclosure fencing with gate, install new drinking water well and IA sanitary system, and stormwater drainage systems outside the wetlands regulated area. Install new permeable gravel driveway and associated retaining walls outside the wetlands regulated area, and establish and perpetually maintain with native plantings a minimum 25-foot wide, approximately 24,258 square feet of vegetated buffer adjacent to the freshwater wetlands boundary. All is depicted on the site plan prepared by Buttercup Design Group, last dated July 15th, 2025, and architectural plans prepared by James E. Nolan, AIA LLC, last dated September 17th, 2025. Now therefore be it resolved that pursuant to the section 129-7 of the Code of the Town of Shelter Island, a public hearing will be held at 6:02 p.m. prevailing time on the 10th day of November, 2025, in the Shelter Island Town Hall, Shelter Island, New York, for all interested persons to be heard in favor of or in opposition to the proposed application. So moved.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried.
Whereas Derek Jacobson, 26 Tug Hill Drive, has submitted a request for a 100 square foot exemption to install a 63-inch by 81-inch feed-in sauna. Whereas the town board has reviewed said request, now therefore be it resolved that the town board hereby approves the request and that this approval shall constitute a one-time exemption in accordance with chapter 139-3H of the town code. So moved.
Second, all.
Discussion.
Discussion, okay.
It's my understanding that Mr. Jacobson is compiling a wetlands application for his property.
Mhm.
So I think this should be put off and be part of that wetlands application.
Sorry, considering we have no knowledge of a wetlands application.
Yeah, I was going to say, Thomas, how do you recommend we proceed on that?
Alright, so what's before you now is the wooden sauna that clearly meets the 100 square foot section. What's the, they haven't submitted anything for the,
I'm sorry.
have they submitted anything as far as the wetlands application?
The building inspector told me that it's being compiled.
It hasn't been
But it has
signed.
not been submitted.
I think the only thing that's in front of you is this, I think you have to act on what's in front of you.
And then if we get a wetlands application, we'll take into consideration the fact that we've already approved this. If it passes.
I respectfully won't approve this. I vote no.
Yeah, we'll take a vote. So, all in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Opposed.
How about I go back to a roll call?
Yeah, that's cool. We're gonna do a roll call.
Just to clarify this, we don't have an wetlands application.
Right.
Okay, the councilman is asking to hold it because he knows an application is in place. And this particular resolution has to deal with the 100-foot exemption in the rated area. Is it possible that, or is it good practice maybe to hold off until we have the whole application so that this, I don't know what the interchange would be.
Right.
I mean, we don't have anything, so I guess there's really nothing to really look at. But if we vote on this, is there any, I don't know what we could possibly happen that you're concerned about, but I guess, tell me what we should do.
Right.
And they even confuse it more, it adds another question. Do we have to pass it or deny it, or can we just adjourn it?
Okay, I mean, so what, the exemption means that it's exempt, like the,
Right.
100 square feet means it's completely exempt from review. So, I mean, I don't believe there's a time deadline on you approving or denying it. I just think the basis, you don't have anything as far as what's been submitted. And the code is clear that 100 square feet is exempt. So, I think you can adjourn it if you want, but I think unless they submit a wetlands application, eventually, you're gonna have to vote yes or no on this, what they proposed.
And this is not a granting of a permit, because the code says no permit required. The only reason we do this is to document that they're utilizing their 100 square foot exemption.
Which means that if they then come to us with a wetlands permit application, then they've already extinguished that 100 square foot exemption. They've already used it. So they can't use it as part of the wetlands.
I would prefer to wait for the wetlands application. But whatever's decided.
We have a resolution before us, so if it is denied, we can always pick it back up again, I guess.
Well, can we, or do we have to?
Can we bring it back up if we just hold off?
It's not a permit request.
That's the
It's
problem.
really
It's
documentation.
just documenting that what they've applied for is exempt from the code. So, I think you could bring it back up again. But unless they submit a wetlands application between now and then, I think you're still in this place where you're trying to document that the structure that they've applied for fits within the exemption.
And they may never submit the wetland applications.
Right.
Mhm.
Let's do the vote again.
Roll call. I'm going to do roll call. Albert?
Opposed?
Aye.
Amber Brock Williams? Aye. Benjamin?
What's this? Aye.
Motion carries. Whereas Bruce Wolosoff, 60 Peconic Avenue, has submitted a request for a 100 square foot exemption to install a 36-inch by 36-inch air conditioning unit, whereas the town board has reviewed said request, now therefore be it resolved that the town board hereby approves the request and that this approval shall constitute a one-time exemption in accordance with Chapter 139-3H of the Town Code. So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried.
Whereas Anne and Joseph Toronto, 90 Gardner's Bay Drive, petitioned the town to reset plus or minus 152 feet of rock revetment, approximately 122 feet on the face, 30 feet return, drop elevation of the stone by 3 feet, place on filter fabric and bedding stone, 25 to 50 pounds, fortify rock revetment by adding 1 row of 1 to 2 ton stone where necessary, top of wall maximum elevation, 10 feet, fill disturbed area with clean trucked in fill, approximately 20 to 30 cubic yards, revegetate disturbed area with Cape American beach grass bluff area from top of bluff to top of rock wall will be planted with beach grass 12 inches OC as per plan submitted by Costello Marine, last revised February 26, 2024. And whereas a public hearing was duly held on the 8th day of September 2025 for all interested persons to be heard in favor of or in opposition, now therefore be it resolved that pursuant to NYCRR 617.5C2, this application is deemed a type 2 application. Reasons supporting this determination: the proposed construction will not cause, this is posted somewhere.
Yes.
Yeah, so the rest of this lengthy description is posted on the website. So what be it further resolved that the town clerk is hereby authorized to issue a permit for the aforementioned construction as per specifications filed after said application pursuant to section 53-9 of the code of the town of Shelter Island has filed with the town clerk a certificate that the owner has at least $300,000 of liability insurance on the location and operations covered by said permit, a copy of the contractor's current home improvement contractor's license, and the certificate from the contractor performing the operations covered by said permit, that said contractor has an owner's contractor's policy issued in favor of the town of Shelter Island for the liability limits of at least $500,000 covering operations of the contractor pursuant to said permit, and be it further resolved that said operation shall be completed within 2 years from the date of issuance of the permit. Said permit is subject to the recommended limitations and any requirements that may be necessary under the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation, the Army Corps of Engineers, and any other agencies having jurisdiction. So moved.
Second,
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried.
whereas Robert, hold on a second. Whereas Rhonda Green and Danick Friedman, 139 Ram Island Drive, petitioned the town to install 22 supporting pilings to face the existing bulkhead Castillo Marine, last revised October 16th, 2024. And whereas the public hearing was duly held on the 8th day of September 2025 for all interested persons to be heard in favor or in opposition, now therefore be it resolved pursuant to NYCRR 617.5C2, this application is deemed a type 2 action. The reasons for supporting this determination: the proposed construction will not cause an obstruction to navigable channels, will not adversely affect the public's right to use town waters, will not adversely affect shellfishing grounds or other aquatic wildlife, will not adversely affect the quality of the tidal waters in the shoreline, will not adversely affect the rights of adjacent residents. Be it further resolved that the town clerk is hereby authorized to issue a permit for the aforementioned construction as per the specifications filed. If the said applicant pursuant to section 53-9 of the Code of Shelter Island, New York, has filed with the town clerk a certificate that the owner has at least a $300,000 liability insurance on the location and the operation covered by said permit, a copy of the contractor's home improvement license, and a certificate from the contractor performing the operations covered by said permit, and said contractor has owner's contractor's policy in favor of the town of Shelter Island for liability limits of at least $500,000 covering the operations of the contractor pursuant to said permit. Be it further resolved that said operation shall be completed within 2 years from the date of issuance of this permit. Said permit is subject to the recommended limitations and any requirements that be made necessary under the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation, the Army Corps of Engineers, and any other agencies having jurisdiction. So move.
Second.
All in favor? Motion carried.
Whereas Robert Pappas has applied for a rebate from the town of Shelter Island under Chapter 88 of the Shelter Island Town Code to install a low nitrogen sanitary system for property located at 20E Winthrop Road, Shelter Island, New York. And whereas the Water Quality Improvement Advisory Board, WQIAB, has reviewed the project and recommended a conditional rebate of up to $16,000 be awarded. Now therefore be it resolved that the town board hereby adopts the findings of the WQIAB and approves the application for a conditional rebate of up to $16,000 in eligible costs upon completion of the project and subject to the applicant's compliance with and completion of all terms and conditions of the conditional rebate agreement. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution shall be given to the Water Quality Improvement Advisory Board and the Building Department. So moved.
Second.
One at a, 2 Wheeler Road. I did a typo.
Oh.
Just the address, it's 2 Wheeler Road.
Oh, 2 Wheeler, oh, okay.
Thank you. Okay, I seconded that. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Abstentions?
Aye.
Motion carried.
Be resolved that Donna King is hereby appointed to serve as part-time therapeutic activities worker for the senior center, retroactive to September 22nd, 2025, to be paid at a rate of $25.06 per hour, 6 hours per week for the year of 2025. So moved.
Second, all in favor? Aye. Motion carried. Be it resolved that Laurel Hardy is hereby appointed to serve as full-time provisional deputy town assessor effective September 29th, 2025, to be paid at a rate of $65,000 per year, 30 hours per week, with a probationary period of 26 weeks. So moved.
Discussion about stub period of pay.
First, second.
Oh, second?
Discussion?
Discussion?
Yes.
What do we do about the stub period we're talking about?
That's
Paying
it.
her, which,
That's a budgetary question.
okay.
So this appoints her at this rate. There is, when we get back to salaries, there's discussion that needs to be had, because the staff did make me aware of some labor information. that-
Because what we were talking about doing in that discussion would void the probationary period.
Correct, and that's why
Okay.
we're adopting this, and in the budget hearings, we're going to correct any increases until the probationary period is over.
Gotcha.
Yes. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried.
Be it resolved that 2025 FIT membership fees are hereby amended as follows. Daily pass $15, 1 month membership $100, youth membership $50. All those were the same, I guess. Shelter Island School students fee is deleted and I guess replaced by free. And then all the other prices are the same. College students are $100 per year. Volunteer EMT fire, $175 per year. Individual memberships, $295 per year. Family membership, $455 per year. So moved.
Second. Discussion?
Second,
Okay, so what's happening with this resolution is when we had established the fees for FIT membership, Shelter Island school students were given free membership. It had come to our attention that there's a few students who attend schools off island, but they are Shelter Island residents. So we're changing it from Shelter Island school students to Shelter Island students who are domiciliaries between the ages of 14 and 17 are also entitled to free membership at the FIT Center. So that's what this is about. And we had discussed this at work.
We did.
Yeah, so any other discussion?
Nope.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried.
whereas on February 5th, 2021, the town board adopted an employee handbook, and whereas the town wishes to update the policy 708 medical insurance for retirees to be consistent with the policy number 706 medical insurance. Now therefore be it resolved that the following underlined amendments shall be made to the Town of Shelter Island Employee Handbook Policy 708, medical insurance for retirees. The coverage the town currently offers medical insurance coverage to an eligible full-time employee or an elected official who retires from the town. The coverage is already currently available for eligible dependents and includes spouse and domestic partners. If they were covered under the town's medical insurance plan at the employee's date of retirement, in the event the retiree predeceases the dependents may continue medical insurance coverage provided they pay the full cost of the premium. Coverage of the dependent at the time of the divorce or legal separation is in accordance with plan documents and the COBRA requirements. Can I have a discussion on this? Because
Second.
Discussion.
just can you, we're just changing a code here or a,
We're changing.
Handbook.
Adding
employee
domestic
handbook.
partners.
pardon.
So in one place, domestic partners are covered, but it was not equally covered under the retirement section. So this is just to put them in the same place.
Okay, so move.
Second.
discussion. Yeah, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried.
Be it resolved that the Recreation Committee of the Town of Shelter Island is hereby dissolved. So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried.
Whereas Ken McMansky, IT Department Head, has requested permission to dispose of certain equipment, now therefore be it resolved that the town board does hereby declare the following equipment to be surplus. And there is a list of equipment that is available on the town's website. Be it further resolved that the IT Department Head is hereby authorized and directed to dispose of the aforementioned equipment. So moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried. Be it resolved that the supervisor is hereby authorized and directed to issue a payment of $11,107 to Alpha Nest LLC due to an unprocessed special permits application. So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried.
Whereas the New York State Department of Taxation and Finance has issued a notice of vendor collection credit to the town of Shelter Island for the period ending August 31, 2025, in the amount of $187.29. Now therefore be it resolved that the supervisor is hereby authorized and directed to transfer the sum of $187.29 from the trust and agency account to the general account. So moved.
Second,
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried.
be it resolved, the following budget transfer is hereby approved. $500 from the A6777.484 office and miscellaneous account to the A6777.422 meal and snack account. So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried.
Be resolved that the supervisor is hereby authorized and directed to expend the sum of $1,615 from the A1220.491 supervisor service contract to Williamson Law Book Company for the accounting software contract 10/1/25 through 9/30/26. So moved.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried.
Be resolved that the 2025 general claims numbered 1716 through 1865 in the amount of $203,175.70. 2025 highway claims numbered 180 through 204 in the amount of $131,799.97. And the 2025 Community Preservation Fund claim number 23 are hereby approved for payment as audited, and the supervisor and/or any town board member is hereby authorized and directed to sign the approval for payment of the same. So moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye. Can I have a discussion on this?
Okay.
I think one of the problems that I have with the, we can let it go, is that we get these documents, okay, on a Thursday or a Friday, okay, and it really is hardly any time to really review it, okay, since we've had some of these things. Is there any way, because it actually, we've already expended it, and it's like kind of meaningless because we really don't have an opportunity to voice a concern or look into it. Is there any way that we can get ahead of this so that we can look at the expenditures that are going on?
That would be a town clerk question.
No,
Okay,
in a sense that Rob works on these from meeting and Shelby works on these from meeting to meeting. So they're cramming all of these in to even get this to you to get signed before the meeting. I would suggest talking to Shelby and Rob to see if they could schedule something, because that is their
We shift the
part.
schedule then.
Yeah,
So it's a different 3-week cycle than the current 3-week cycle.
yeah.
But even then, these are sort of budgeted expenses for the town.
It's already approved budget expenses,
Right.
correct, but I understand that you,
But we're not sure if it's
Concern.
over or under the budget by looking at this.
exactly. We have no oversight here at all, okay?
it's hard
I will talk to them about
to
this.
speak with them because they are the ones who really do the hard work into it.
So all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried. Now we'll adjourn the regular meeting and move on to public hearings. The first one that we have on the agenda is Sun is Shining LLC Vitale dock application. Yeah,
Application of Sun is Shining LLC, Gasper Vitale, 32 South Midway Road, for permission to construct a 4-foot by 40-foot ramp down to a 4-foot by 30-foot dock for a total of 70 feet. Install a 3-foot by 12-foot aluminum ramp leading onto a 6-foot by 20-foot floating dock at Seaward End, as per plan submitted by Costello Marine, last revised June 10th, 2025.
I would ask for a report from from the WMAC committee, but there is no report as of yet. We're waiting for their review. So we will have to adjourn this in some fashion, but we can open the hearing for anyone who wishes to present and anyone who has any comments that they wish to make.
Hi, how are you? My name is Luke Kushner. How's everyone doing tonight?
Hey,
So I represent Roger Horowitz. He is located at 34 South Midway Road. The application for Sun is Shining LLC is 32 South Midway Road. Just by way of background, on August 14th, 2025, I sent a letter to the Water Management Advisory Council informing them of our opposition to this application. The substance of our application is three-pronged, but the most important one is that this application in front of you by Sun is Shining is in violation of Section 53-8B, where the setback requirement of requiring the dock to be no less than 25 feet from an adjacent property. If you look at just the face of the application, it's in clear violation. And this is what I raised with the Water Management Advisory Council. They're meeting on August 18th, 2025. At that meeting, there was a representative from Sun is Shining. I believe it was Jack Costello. I believe he was the applicant's contractor. At that point, after I made my opposition, there seemed to have been some members of the WMAC that agreed with me. In response to that agreement, the application was then tabled for the next meeting, which was about 2 weeks ago on the 15th, in which the application was not retabled. So essentially, it's kind of at a stalled point at this point in time. So my point of being here today is not necessarily to argue in opposition of the application, as I know that there could be no vote to be had without the WMAC's review. However, what I am asking from the board is, I guess, how long may an application be quote unquote tabled for without any action by the WMAC and town board? And the reason for that question is that it's my understanding that there's still stakes in the creek outside of the property marking the proposed dock location. So my question is, how long can those stakes be marked in the creek without the application actually moving forward? I just want to thank everyone for their time, and I appreciate you hearing me out today.
thank you. That's something that we will have legal counsel take a look at. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this? If there is an objection, I would suggest that we adjourn this to our next meeting in anticipation of getting a report. And if the two WMAC liaisons would make sure this gets on their agenda.
Or 20.
For 20th.
If I may, if I can just propose also that the town council possibly be able to provide answers, I guess, to that question at the next town board meeting as well, if that's okay, if the application is continued to be tabled.
Yes. And you said you had sent your objections to the WMAC. You could also forward them on to the town board for submission to the record as well.
Okay, I will. Thank you very much for your time.
You can do that via the town clerk.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else before we adjourn this formally? Okay, The next application is Ingrid and Robert Fagan, 1 Tar Kettle Road.
On the application of Ingrid and Robert Fagan, 1 Tar Kettle Road, for permission to construct a staircase leading up to a 4-foot by 30-foot fixed catwalk, leading to a 4-foot by 50-foot ramp down to a 4-foot by 36-foot kayak launch. And installed 2 ladders per plan submitted by Costello Marine, last revised July 1st, 2024, and stamped by in New York DEC on April 18th, 2024.
Jack, you're here on behalf of the applicant. This application came before us. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head, did we adjourn it or did we?
You had closed it,
We closed it,
there was
we
discussion,
reopened.
and you needed to reopen.
So we had an existing report from the WMAC. We had also requested a report from our wetlands. Teresa Mason, art consultant on our wetlands.
Also, there's a member of the WMAC on Zoom that wanted to comment if he.
Yes, I saw that come through. Jack, before we have you speak, Teresa, would you please present your report?
Hi, good evening. So I did go out and do an inspection earlier this month at the site at the request of one of the town board members. I also did the report, which is dated, September 7th. Based on my review, the whole embayment there is a very shallow, slow-moving water body with very silty soils and mucky soils at the bottom there. And there's a nice robust wetland and wetland buffer. And based on my inspection, it's my recommendation that the dock be conditionally approved, subject to changing of the construction material from CCA treated to a non-treated material such as green heart or Ipe or some other tropical hardwood, because that chemical won't leach into those nice, beautiful, robust wetlands there and won't cause any adverse impacts to the marine benthic organisms. Also, I am recommending that the staircases at the bottom or at the seaward edge of the dock be constructed so that they're retractable. And they can be retracted when not in use, so that they don't become storm debris during times of storm events. Beyond that, having a dock there kind of makes a little bit sense so that they're not trekking down and stirring up the sediments there during trying to launch their kayak or other access to the water there, which can cause more disturbance to those wetlands.
Thank you, Teresa.
Teresa, do you have any comment on the length of this dock?
Obviously, the length is kind of long, but based on the soundings that were available, there's not a lot of depth there. So you do want to get a little bit deeper in this particular instance. Would I prefer it to be like 2.5, 3 feet at mean low water? Absolutely. But I don't think there's much of that embayment that's going to be more than what is existing there now. Obviously, I'm not a marine contractor or a marine engineer, but that whole embayment is very shallow, and which is part of the reason why I believe the DEC indicated that no motorized vehicles should be permitted in that embayment. Again, would I prefer it to be shorter? Absolutely, but the goal is to get it into waters, get any access kayaking and paddleboarding into waters that are deep enough to support that. Generally speaking, you need at least 16 to 18 inches of draw for a kayak or paddleboard.
Okay.
Just one other question before I get to you, Jack. I had notes that when the WMAC did pick this up, it was 2 for, 2 against, 1 abstention, and 1
One recusal.
One recusal. Okay. This was not picked up again, I presume. That's the last report that we have from WMAC.
I do not believe it was picked up again. Opinions were split.
Okay, I'm just, I just wanted to see if there was an updated report.
One of the reasons for a split opinion is that if it's limited to kayak use and there are no motorized vessels allowed, should the dock be shorter, bringing it into 12 of those 18 inches of water, which is kind of what you need for a kayak? But that's up for discussion.
Hold on, just, yeah, let's have Jack go first, and then, I think that's Ingrid back, but yeah, then, go
It's a difference.
ahead, Jack, state your name for the
So we
record.
went through this hearing one time,
State your name for the record, of course.
Jack Costello, on behalf of the applicant. This is a hearing we've already heard before. It met the town code at the time that the application was filed. So it met all the setbacks, all the requirements of the town of Shelter Island. We have all the other permits. Department of State, Army Corps of Engineers, New York State DEC, I agree with the dock. It sounds like your own specialist, Teresa, is on board. The dock is very minimalistic. The piling inshore of mean low water or 4x4s in the wetland to keep them smaller. And then seaward of mean low water, the piling become 8-inch diameter piles. So small pilings are being used on this small dock. And this will be, a water access dock for, rowboats and stuff like that, for water access, not to trudge through the wetland. That's what we're looking to try to avoid. The dock is only 90 feet overall from mean high water. And that's where we delineate the real start of the dock. And then we got to get to a point where you can access the dock. So from mean high water, the seaward end is only 90 feet. And that's been something to discuss about the length, because we have to go a little bit further through the vegetated area to get to a better spot for the dock to land. So, but basically what we're talking about here is a 90-foot dock from mean high water. And then, like I said, it meets all the other codes. And the last thing that was built in Dickerson Creek was actually built by this town. The last dock, the last bulkhead was built by the township, by me. So to tell this person they can't have a dock when the town themselves are the last one that acted in this particular body of water, and there aren't a lot of pieces of property that can still be developed. Like I said, I don't want to do a presentation because you've already heard about it. We've been through this, but I'm here to answer any questions that you might have. Like I said, the Fagans are here.
And in your opinion, do Ms. Mason's comments, do they cause any problems with you constructing a dock as she suggests?
Well, generally speaking, the CCA treated materials aren't banned on the town of Shelter Island. You can still use them. You can still use them on Shelter Island. You can still use them on in Southold. Other townships have chosen to. It drives the cost of the job up quite a bit. But as far as constructing the dock, it can be done with tropical hardwoods. If that's something that you guys would like greatly leaning towards considering, there's not a lot of flush in the back, but I'd highly wouldn't want to see this town board to think that tropical hardwoods are the best alternative. Considering this dock is small, it's tucked in the very, back of this creek, with very little flow. I think I could be agreeable to build a dock out of tropical hardwood. East Hampton, Southampton, they're all tropical. But you're not really,
Well,
not really in agreement with that.
I'm
Because
curious about the retractable.
we could make them seasonal.
Their case, seaward end.
We could make them to a point where they're seasonal. Where they come out at the end of the season. I just don't think it'd be great to have it retractable and up in the air, but we could call them seasonally removed, for 5 months a year. With the dock's not used.
What kind of disturbance does that create if you're taking them out seasonally?
No.
Because you're doing it from the water side?
Yeah, I would go, we'd be carrying off the dock and put it in the yard. We build them in a lightweight manner.
Yeah, I just want
Jack, what kind of a rig do you bring in to build a dock that's in shallow water like that without disturbing the marine life?
I built a tiny barge. I have a small barge that only draws about 10 inches of water.
So there's minimal disturbance to the
Yeah.
marine life. Okay.
Small outboards on it, it's not like the ones you see at the ferry terminal. We're not bringing those in there.
Teresa, you have a question?
Just a further comment, my report did recommend that the dock, if approved, be ensured that conditioned upon no lighting, artificial lighting, and there's some other recommendations there, but mostly utilities so that you're not interrupting the circadian rhythms of the existing wildlife in the wetlands. And also there's an existing fence in the wetlands buffer that should be moved to the landward side of the buffer as a condition of this permit. And I think that's the required pool fence, but that should be moved outside of the vegetation.
Can you speak to the water and electric, if that would be agreeable? The lack of.
I don't think electric would be necessary, considering the boats are not powered, no battery charging, stuff like that.
The water.
Water would be nice.
Any other questions while we've got Jack before we open it up?
Becca, is there any, it's such a beautiful area there. The vista is really absolutely magnificent, from the preserved lands across the way and between the CPF property of Turkham's Rest, the Needham property. Is there any way that maybe it could be shortened a little bit? I mean, is it conceivable that that could be done so as to, I know where they're, I'm just asking that question.
We designed the dock in a way to get, out to where.
I know that.
It's usable, but we cut it back, so we weren't going any further. Like I said, we're only 90 feet. It seems about as minimal, as is practical. It's really not that long of a dock, and it's only 4 feet wide. I would like this board to vote on the merits at currently.
No, there's nothing on the dock. There's no benches, there's no storage or anything like that? I don't have the drawings here for a minute. Okay.
There's no storage. There's water. We would like water. And if you wanted to mandate the water, we're only on the inshore end of the dock, that would be fine too. Just to wash, feet off and spray the equipment off. No, there's no bench.
Teresa, did your report speak to the installation of a water line?
Yes.
I believe it did. I have less concern with respect to water than I do with lighting and electricity. Sometimes I have some concerns with water in docks when more motorized vehicles and the potential for like gasoline and oils and things like that. But since it's a non-motorized dock or permitted for non-motorized vehicles, I have less concern with the water. My main concern is the lighting.
Gotcha, thank you.
Jack, did you put the buoy in that denotes where the end of the dock will lie? Did you do that?
No.
No, okay.
Anything else from it? No. Thank you.
Anyone else who would like to speak on this? Ingrid?
The first thing I wanted to go back to is,
the record.
my name is Ingrid Fagan.
Thank you.
The first thing I wanted to say is, going back to the Waterways Committee, there were 2 for and 2 against. The 2 for were saying it complied 100% to code, and therefore they should approve it. The other 2 said, we don't want to see a dock in Dickerson Creek. And I know that nobody wants to see docks in Dickerson Creek, but this would be the last one because they changed the code. So there will be no more. So I just wanted to clarify that. We came to Shelter Island in 1959. I've been a part of this community, raised 3 daughters here. We purchased our home at Dickerson Creek in 2018, and we went to the town clerk, at the time was Dottie, and we said, could we put a dock? She said, let me get back to you. She looked through all the codes and she said, yes, you can. So which is why we spent a lot of time and a lot of money applying for a dock. Otherwise, we would have said, no, we're not going to even try. We're one of 6 houses at Dickerson Creek, and there will never be any more because they're preserved on one side, and that's all there is. So 2 of those houses have docks, and there's a town, a police dock, and there's a town dock. Regarding the lights, we hadn't thought about putting lights on it, but there is a police dock there with a very large light that lights up the whole thing, including into our house. So there are lights there, which are probably necessary for a police boat. But I just want to say that, I don't think that's a concern for us. We are also very concerned with how Dickerson Creek looks and how it stays. We live there. We look at it every day. So we want to honor that. We're lucky enough to be able to look at this every single day. So I know a lot of things have changed in the last 18 months or the last 2 years since we started looking into the application, but I hope that we would still be given permission to build it because it completely complies with the code and the law. We spoke to the DEC about this personally on the phone and asked them what they would recommend. And based on, they went to look at it, they came back and they said, based on, exactly as the environmentalist said, they believe that there should be a dock because we have right to use it. We do use it almost every day. We would like to do it as best as we can for the environment. We use kayaks anyways. We all know, we've been here before, but we feel like the dock was designed for the best use and have also for having the sunlight to penetrate through and supporting the aquatic vegetation, which is important for us. I know you also came to my property and saw that, I assume that you also saw that it'd be better for us to have a dock and then instead of trampling in every time, we have a large family and we all like to go in there. So we hoped that this would be better. We're dedicated year-round members of this community and we value the natural beauty and collective well-being. We believe that our application reflects a balance between responsible and development and environmental stewardship. If we would be denied, I've been told that we'd be the first dock in the history of Shelter Island dock applications that complies to the code, and yet we're denied. And I know that a similar dock was just approved by the town board, Joe Quinn, I think, recently. So I hope if you have any questions, please let me know. We had spoken about, compromise. I feel like we have compromised. Originally, the dock was for motorized vehicles, which originally the DEC did tell us that they felt like it would be fine. There are plenty of boats that go in and out of Dickerson Creek all the time. But we said, okay, you want to change that? We compromised. So I hope that shows good faith that we're trying to work with the board to do the best for all of Shelter Island. Thank you very much. If anybody has any questions for me.
I do have one, because
Yes.
Teresa Mason in her report just recommended that the existing fencing be moved out of the wetlands.
I mean, we do have a permit for it by the town that's where we did the survey and that's where they told us to put it. I know. This is the first I'm hearing of that, so I don't know.
I just was tossing it out there for
Yeah,
your consideration.
yeah. Any other questions?
Any other questions from the audience? I see a hand up on Zoom. Yeah, John?
Good evening, John Eden. Let's see. Well, my interest in this stems from Laura, my wife, Laura Turner, and I owning a large portion of shoreline of Dickerson Creek. And with the intent of preserving it forever, and which we were able to do with the CPF just over a year ago now. So I have that perspective going on. And also the fact that having been on the WMAC and monitoring docks permits for 24 some odd years. I have one comment I want to make regarding Teresa's report. I agree with her about putting some structures, trampling the wetlands and all that jazz. I respectfully disagree that CCA is detrimental. We haven't seen any evidence that I'm aware of CCA is detrimental to the environment. In fact, it's approved by the EPA, saltwater exposure. I have one comment, so I have one comment. just to that effect. So in the DEC permit, this is somewhat unusual that they comment on the use of a dock or structure. So originally they commented, the authorized structure is provided for access to the waterway and is not intended for mooring or launching of vessels. Prop dredging resulting from motorized vessels intentionally powering into shallow waters is a regular activity is not authorized by this permit. There was a request to get some clarification. What did that really mean? Because the dock could have, a powerboat could pull up. Now the dock is a place for a powerboat to pull up to. So the letter that came back from DEC stated the department approved the proposed structure to be used for water access and the use of non-motorized vessels, such as kayaks, sailboats, etc. The structure is not intended for mooring, launching, or storage of motorized vessels. I think that should be part of the permit if you bring in a dock for this. I think that's very important that that use be upheld, that the DEC is mandated. I don't know how that's going to survive going forward in the generations. You know, that's always a problem, but I definitely think that should be put in the resolution. I guess last and final comment is this 90-foot approximately dock goes so far beyond what we would traditionally call a kayak dock. It's just unbelievable to me. The town processed applications for kayak docks. In fact, the former town board member has a kayak dock. Those docks were designed to get the water to the water. 6 inches is considered enough for kayak use. With that in mind, that those docks, and there's a number of them throughout the island, they don't go out more than from you to you, or no, to you, that's it, not 90 feet. Because you don't need that to get into a kayak. So I think to me, it's a big reach, and it goes beyond what traditionally as a town have categorized as a kayak dock. Thank you very much.
It wasn't applied for as a kayak dock. I see where you would feel that way, but it was applied for originally as a dock. Then,
If you could direct your comments.
oh, sorry, it was originally applied for as a dock. And then somebody from the DEC said that somebody from the Waterways Committee contacted them and asked for it to be denied as a motorized vehicle, but can it be for a non-motorized vehicle? And that's why it came back as such. But we have a sailboat. So we could use a sailboat on it, right? It's not necessarily a kayak. Yes, we'd like to use it for everything so that we don't go through the muck. But we do have a sailboat. So, if there's any other questions, please let me know. Thank you.
Matt Williams?
Hi, thank you. Matt Williamson, I'm the vice chair of the WMAC. We did review this or have this come before the committee. I was one of those people. It was, as Ben mentioned, a split vote. I was one of the no votes. I don't support allowing a new dock in Dickerson Creek. As it is, there are some structures, but there are very few, and none of them are approaching this size, as John pointed out. I think a particular note to me was when the WMAC first considered this application. In that meeting, the applicant conceded that they actually planned to use this dock to berth their powerboat, or their representatives. I don't know that they were actually there, which was it was prohibited in the DEC permit issued, and I would actually dispute how it was just characterized. It came to us with that prohibition of on motorized use. That was already in there. What was surprising was that it was in the permit. At that same time, it was represented that they actually were going to be using it for a powerboat. So the discrepancy was not that it wasn't in the permit, that it was going to be used for such, even when the permit said it was not to be allowed, which I think is particularly concerning. And I think the board could consider that was kind of the intent for the dock in the first place, was to actually to host or berth that powerboat. That seemed to be the clear intent in the initial stages, and why, frankly, it's probably as long as it is. So in any case, I think, going forward, as John pointed out, it's going to be pretty difficult to enforce a restriction, or there, we need to, I think the board should take some effort to try to enforce that. But the question is exactly how does that get implemented? In my view, I think, there's an easy way to get around it by not actually approving the dock. In any case, but I think going forward, if the board does approve the dock, I think it could be substantially shorter and still achieve that purpose of allowing the applicant to get to the water to use it for approved vessels. And that could be, as short as, at 50 feet, it would still get to a foot of water. I think that's quite reasonable. And again, is more in keeping with what's happened in the past with respect to docks like this that are not for berthing of a motorized vessel. I think that's what I had to say. I do know, one thing would be, that there is a value in not having it go out beyond just, having it be shorter. There are also alternative uses for that creek that would be impinged. So it's not just, it's not for nothing. And I think there were comments made, I think, by Tom Field, in fact, at our hearing, talking about that, about using the waters outside of that and having that impinge on the fishing and shell fishing in the creek. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this? Anyone on Zoom? Okay. Yes. Oh.
So,
Pam?
Yeah, I just have a question. If the DEC has said that there'll be no motorized vessels at the dock, and you write it in the resolution, it seems to me that it's the DEC who is going to be the enforcing agent on that permit and not the town. I do find it difficult to figure out how the town is going to enforce such a restriction on a dock in this location.
still a permit.
I just have to, who's going to police that? And my concern too is, we've seen properties transferred on the waterfront multiple times, and you don't know what the next owner is going to try to do with that. And they probably won't even pay attention that that's how the dock got there at 90 feet in years ahead. I mean, these are things that need to be considered here. And it is a very delicate area of the creek there, all the way inland like that. I too would say, if you feel obliged to give them some type of access via a dock, 90 feet is much more than is needed for the uses that should be permitted in that really sensitive area of the waterways there. And I think that that's part of our town code now. I mean, you're reviewing this dock under the old town dock code, is that correct?
That is correct, because that's when the application was received.
Okay, because I know in the new town code, you say in sensitive areas of the island, which is something that you should consider as far as the natural environment there. But again, to me, it's an enforcement issue if you should proceed to approve it and just say no motorized vessels. Thank you very much.
I believe that if we put it in our permit, then it's under code enforcement. It falls under our jurisdiction.
Harbor masters can enforce that.
Who have a police boat right
police
in
boat
the
is right
harbor.
And they carry it in and
Yeah,
out.
just pointing that out.
Yes.
Teresa, you had your hand up first, and then Ingrid.
Just one final question, just to address Ms. Demarest's concerns. Obviously, if there's a police boat there, they're going to see if there's a motorized boat on a regular basis coming in and out of that creek. So that enforcement should be less concerning. The other thing is, if the property does transfer, that is a concern that they're not aware of motorized boat prohibition. If you elect to proceed that way, you could require them to file a covenant that runs with the deed that says they acknowledge that there is no motorized boating at this site. And that's a deed restriction that will follow for anybody who gets a title report, and any good lawyer who does their homework should see that and notify their client if they are to purchase this property. And that runs with the land in perpetuity unless you elect at a future date to amend that. And that's a perfectly reasonable condition to impose if that's what you wish to do. You have every right to do that.
Ingrid?
Yeah, what I wanted to say was that, yes, Bo is in the creek, or whoever's the harbor master is right there. They can see us. And the other thing is, there are a lot, they store boats along the bulkhead in Dickerson Creek. So there is a lot of there's people who come in with their boats and check their traps. There's maybe, 6 or 8 or 10 traps in there. They come all the way and all the way over to the other end of the creek, way past us. So it's not like there's no motorized vehicles in there as it is. But again, we're law abiding, we tried it, we want to do the right thing. We're, according to the code, we were following what they said in terms of, so I feel like it's compliant, and I hope that you say yes.
Here. Anyone else?
I think the challenge with this application is essentially applications like this are the reason we changed the code. So it's hard, to look at an application that's in a sensitive area surrounded by 3 CPF purchases in an attempt to preserve the water body. And, so it's hard to swallow an application where you're like, we changed the code to avoid applications like this. But it meets the requirements of the old code.
It's here.
There is preserved property at the end of the creek across the street. And then, as John pointed out, there is the whole other side of the creek south is preserved property, and it is a bucolic setting. It is. And to clarify, I believe the Fagan's neighbor has a dock, but it is a very short dock, and it looks like it's been there for years. But there's 2 houses beyond that do not have docks.
That's me and one other.
There's a yellow ranch, and then there's a white house down at the end.
Those are Tory words.
Yeah,
The opening.
yeah. They don't have docks either, you were saying the creek. And the police dock that was put there was located at a town landing to locate the boat to save the residents of Shelter Island.
We're very happy it's there. We have no
Please.
problem with it.
Okay, I'm just explaining, that's all.
I know.
Thank you. Because they were paying an annual fee to keep the dock at the Island Boatyard, so they decided to move it there, so it was cost effective.
Yeah, the neighbor's dock is 50 feet.
That's at the end of the creek where the police boat is. I mean, when the tide is low.
Only deep.
Yeah, that's the only deep part. The rest of it is pretty much exposed.
Which neighbor you speaking about, Fagan? Which neighbor are you speaking about?
The one immediately to your east.
Right.
Right west, sorry.
West, yeah.
Minor.
That dock's in very shallow water, I know, because we keep our boat there now, he lets us.
All right, if there's nothing else.
Can I speak one more time?
Oh, sure, come on up.
Johnny, my comment is this, regardless of what the old code was, what the new code is, to me, it's the duty of the town board to look out for the best interest of the town. So I hope you keep that in mind. This is his town bottom and it's a town asset. And that's what part of your job is.
We'll make a motion to close this public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
And we do have this tentatively on the agenda for tomorrow. Okay. All right, remember, the next one is the Federal Community Development Block Grant Funds.
The board hereby calls for a public hearing to hear citizens' views for the use of federal community development block grant funds expected to receive in 2026 in the amount of $70,000.
We annually are, we make an application for community development block grant funds, and part of that grant application requires us to have a public hearing in order to solicit from the public any grants, any use of the funds. In the past, we've used it for handicap access. We've used it for helping to supplement CAS with feeding of, people who need help with food insecurity. So this is just a time for the public. And as usual, we don't usually get any recommendations. So what will end up happening is.
Pam has her hand up.
Oh, Pam?
Yes, I realize you don't usually get any participation in this request, but I was wondering if there's a way to use the block grant money to put the handicapped accessibility to the police department. That seemed to have a pretty hefty price tag, and perhaps it can go toward that accomplishment, for at least that. I know you don't want to deal with Justice Hall right now, but perhaps you could use it for that. That's my suggestion.
Yep, nope, and that's good. And that's, we welcome the suggestion and public input for once. So yes, we will take that up. It'll end up, after today, going back to the grants committee to discuss possible uses. So we will put that on there. If there's no one else, we'll make a motion to close that public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, next on the agenda is reconvening the Gardeners Bay Country Club site plan application. When we last met on this 3 weeks ago, which was September 8th, the notes were that the town board wished to schedule an inspection. There was no further request for documentation, and it was adjourned to today. I do know that there were a couple of dates suggested, and I and Meg also do a site visit on Friday at like 12:15 on Friday. So
Thank you.
speak on behalf of the applicant.
If I could proceed. Good evening, my name is John Bennett. I very proudly represent the Gardeners Bay Country Club. Bill Belacqua, who's on the board, as well as Ed Brennan is tonight. Ben Howell, the superintendent, who is going to make what I will assure you is a very forceful presentation.
John, did you hear that comment? If you could just speak up a little.
I did. Roger Hay from We Do Tanks is involved in the construction of a cistern, is on Zoom. Paul Roche from Gulf Water Irrigation Design Expert is on Zoom. Mike Bartley, the pump designer, is on Zoom. Randy Fielder from Store Tractor, the irrigation advisor sales rep, is on Zoom. I don't intend to have them speak, but I just want to make sure that the entire team is here if anyone has any questions. Ben is hopefully setting up and connecting because he has a very helpful presentation, which essentially what it does is, it does a couple of things. It walks you through some of the many misstatements that have been made regarding the proposal that is before your board. And as important as anything, I think most important is show you how the club actually operates in terms of this irrigation. I think at the end, it would be hard to come to any conclusion other than that the club has progressively made this irrigation system, which is an exempt system, without any compulsion to do so, more and more and more and more efficient. It's a simple request for approval to construct a replacement pump house and install a cistern. had to catch up to speed a little bit because I came on board after the 2 or 3 meetings. But I've learned an enormous amount about the entire process of what's gone on here and quite a bit of the history. I initially sat here on more than one occasion and listened to my client being portrayed as non-communicative and non-cordial in terms of a reach out to some of the objectors. As a lawyer from a pure clinical point of view, there's absolutely no obligation whatsoever to reach out to opponents. Typically, I advise people not to do that. But this is such a critical part of the community that I've been able to understand and I've been able to experience, that the board members said that they wanted to do so. So far from being communicative, well before I got involved, we submitted the board correspondence dated September 24th, and the affidavit of Jay Card that details the outreach that was undertaken by the club before an application was even filed by the board. This outreach included multiple meetings with the Hay Beach Property Owners Association, which meetings were held at Mr. Gooding's residence. Site inspections were held and complete documentation was provided. So this narrative that the club has not been a good neighbor and communicative is simply a false narrative. And it's been demonstrated by the letters and affidavits that were attached to our September 24th, 2025 submission. Now, again, I stress that there's no need for us to do this, to meet with our opponents, but this portrayal of us being non-communicative and a bad member of the community is simply false. There's significant outreach. I think that that's important. It's very important. It's just, we've been a good citizen. And as Ben will demonstrate to you, without any requirement whatsoever to change this exempt system, the club at great expense has been a great citizen and has continued to make this irrigation system more and more and more environmentally friendly, more efficient, despite the fact that we benefit from this very, very blanket exemption. So it's sort of a no good deed goes unpunished. I'll have comments after Mr. Howell's presentation, but I think you're going to be very moved by his presentation. It's very thorough. It's very complete. It corrects various misstatements, and more than anything, it shows you what a good citizen collectively the club has been. Ben, are you all hooked up?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Ben Howell, Superintendent at Gardner's Bay. Thank you, John. Yeah, just here to try and educate some people that might, need it. And I think some of the information was very useful to help the understanding of this total project that we're trying to get complete here. So, first of all, this is the map of the hydraulic system, basically the pipes and the heads that the town asked us to overlay onto a land survey map. We did this incredibly fast and it was not easy. The land survey map is not stamped, as there is a lot more work that needs to be done, and it will be in a short time. But for now, this is the best we could do, and as soon as it is stamped and sealed, we will get that copy over to you guys to have on file. But this is the overlay of the irrigation system onto a land survey map. This next slide is very similar. This just shows the electric that goes to each head throughout the whole property. On both of these, you can see the small black dots. It's a lot easier to pull up on a computer where you can zoom in. The black small circles show where the heads are located and the pipes going to them or the electric. Just wanted to go over, on basically what I'm hired to do. Irrigation management is one of the most important things and why I have this job. We take irrigation very seriously at the golf course. Irrigation cycles are not based off what we're going to do a month out. We decide what we're going to do on a daily basis based off weather patterns such as rain events, temperatures, wind, humidity, evapotranspiration rates, intensity of sun angles, and every day brings different challenges and different amount of water needed. So if you ask me what I'm going to put out for water tonight, tomorrow, or a week, it's almost impossible unless I can get the data I need throughout the day with our computer system and my crew, on a daily basis. I have multiple employees at Gardeners Bay Country Club that go to irrigation seminars multiple times a year to get up to date on the technology that is in our industry. We use a moisture meter to help identify where areas are needed in water and how much water is needed at that moment, as well as throughout the evening irrigation cycle. For good superintendents, which I will say are most of us throughout the country, the plants receiving too much water is a horrible thing for the golf course. That's how disease comes in. It does not play well for the golfers. We try to achieve a firm, fast condition to have it best for everybody as well as the plant. So I think it's very important to know what we do on a daily basis, and it's not just going around turning on sprinklers because I have the ability to do so. Another huge aspect of what we do is hand watering. Hand watering is used by a quick coupler. It is a brass device that is connected to the irrigation system, and we have multiple quick couplers throughout the property. We can go into basically any surface that we're allowed to irrigate and connect to the irrigation system and only water a specific area. So if I go onto a green and I realize that 10% of the green needs water and the rest does not, and I get that information based off our moisture meter, I can attach to the quick coupler and just water that one specific area. It could be less than 30 seconds and I'm off the green. Because that one spot needs water does not mean that we turn on all 5 sprinkler heads around the green. That is completely backwards from what we do and what we're trying to achieve. Moisture meters allow us to create a uniform, healthy, firm surface. Like I just mentioned, if only one part of the green needs water, the last thing I want to do is put water in an area that doesn't need it. That area becomes slow, and the area that needs more water did not get that because it's a uniformed application by sprinkler heads. This practice is done daily by me and my crew from May through September. I have one guy that is basically all he does is check moisture meter levels. At the end of each day, I have a 20-minute meeting with him, and we go over how much water is going to need on each surface, and that can be not just the whole tees, but for one whole tee in particular. We take it very serious about the amount of water that goes out on the property. And I want to also mention our hand watering, which is permitted by town code, is also metered and countered in our 6 million gallon allowance. It's almost impossible for me to tell you how much we hand water compared to how much the head use because it's all off the same meter, but it is included in that 6 million gallon allowance annually. Gone over this in my last presentation to the town board a few months ago. There was a lot of benefits for us updating the irrigation system. One is to have an up-to-date map of locations of all sprinkler heads, pipes, valves, and electric. One of the other biggest things, 2 sprinkler heads replace 1 for more precise control to directed areas. Basically, the old system had one head, used to go in a full 360 turn. Had no way of controlling when to stop that. It just went around in 360 degrees. When you're watering low-cut turf, which we call low-mow turf, if this makes sense to you, needs less water than a plant that is higher, which we call green surrounds, greens rough, fairways, tees. The higher the grass plant grows, the more water it needs. Every sprinkler with our new system is individually controlled by my computer system in my office, as well as I can control it through my phone or other tablet devices out on the field. I said we have the ability to water different heights of grass separately. This is huge. As the old system just used to water, we would overwater one area or underwater another. Now we have the ability to separate, and that's why there are more sprinkler heads out there than there was before. That does not mean that we water more. It just means we have the ability to water more efficiently and effectively throughout the whole property. The old system, which I know has been an issue with certain people, we never had a map. This wasn't because we didn't want one. It was because the system was pieced together over a number of years. And back then they didn't have GPS and data modules that allow us to map as precise that we do today. So the map is on the town file with the building inspector. We are not hiding an old map. We've never had an old map. And that was another massive reason and why we updated this irrigation system. Overwatering areas and underwatering areas due to lack of control is a big problem when it comes to a golf course. More heads equals more control, equals more effectiveness and efficiency throughout the irrigation cycle. The old system was built off galvanized and PVC pipes, creating uncontrollable leaks and hard to tell where the leaks were at certain times. The new system now has the ability to tell me if something is not right, to tell me if pressure is being lost in a certain area, and it gives me an alert system automatically to my phone at any time of the night. It's not part of the old system. Another problem in the community throughout this process has been fertigation. I've made this statement a few times. Fertigation does not mean fertilization. You have the ability to. We do not want to or have any plans to put fertilizer through the fertigation system. Only wetting agents and pH additives. We make small fertilizer applications and direct applications throughout the property where and when as needed, and we get that information through soil tests that are done regularly on the property. No chemical, wetting agent, or pH additive is added directly to the system. Inside the pump house, which is going to be on top of the cistern, wetting agents and pH additives have the ability, if we want, to be added into the water source before it enters the piping, not into the cistern. We do not dump chemicals into the cistern. It is designed inside the pump house. If we want to add, I can control how much and when we want to do that. Very important. New York DEC does not regulate wetting agents because there is no science proven that is a negative impact to the environment. They actually recommend it because it helps the grass plant uptake and hold water, creating the use of less irrigation. Wetting agents only help the grass be able to hold water and to need less water more frequently. pH additives are helpful because it allows you to change the pH of water to make the most effective it can be for the plants. This is very similar to what most of you guys have in your houses, a filtration system where you can change the pH. The last test we did on 9/17, our pH level was 6.3. An ideal water pH level recommended by the EPA is 5 to 7. So we are pretty much right where we want to be, which means we do not have to add pH additives. This fertigation system is going to be there if needed. It does not mean that we're constantly adding stuff, but if for some reason there was ever a problem, we will have the ability to help the plant uptake of water. Future reporting, it has been asked by the town board if we can submit a New York State DEC submittal that we submit every year to the DEC. The town board has asked us to submit it directly to you, so you guys do not have to foil for that. The club has no problem in doing so. It is public information, and we are not trying to hide anything. The club realized recently throughout this process, basically I realized recently, we have monthly water testing done to our irrigation well to make sure that there is no issues. I realized there's a more intensive test that we can pay for. We have started doing that as of recently, and it most importantly deals with saltwater intrusion. We will also send a copy of this test to the town yearly with the DEC submission out of good faith.
You do that test yearly or monthly?
We do it monthly. It doesn't really change. I think it'd be a waste of time to give it to you guys monthly, but we'll do it yearly and you guys can monitor it throughout that, but it doesn't really change from what I'm told by the company who takes monthly readings. They do this all over the island, not just this island, Long Island. They say it's very rare that things change. Once a well is in the ground, it normally stays pretty consistent with what its numbers are. This is a copy. It's also on file with the town. This is what we submit to the DEC. They then send it back to us and give us an approval via email. As you can see here, this has all 4 wells that are on the property. I know we're only talking about the irrigation well, just for clarification. We also have a bathroom, a maintenance facility, and a clubhouse. Those numbers are not included in our 6 million allowance. They are permitted for 500,000 gallons a year. This is a copy of the report that I got this month of our monthly irrigation well test results, which I will include a copy of this before the system is shut down for the winter. And you guys can monitor this going forward. Again, this is out of good faith. We as the club are residents of the island. If there is an issue, which we expect there never to be, we want to know about it. We are not trying to hide anything from anybody. Throughout this process, we've seen some information to get put together, stating what we do is not faithful and not true. We have been very respectful throughout this process, but tonight I will spend a few minutes going over why this information is incorrect. On September 26, 2005, we held a site inspection, which only Meg Larson and Amber Bach Williams attended. During the site inspection, I demonstrated various parts of the irrigation system as well as toured them around, showing what areas are irrigated and what are not. I believe this helped clarify some of their questions and concerns that were raised by the board and the community. And I am sorry that some of the board did not attend. I believe it would have been beneficial for all.
Just a quick comment.
Yeah.
As you know, I've done my own tour of the property.
I did know that.
You and I have spoken, and I've had extensive conversations with Lou and other board members. I didn't attend the tour because when you have 3 board members in one place, people ask questions because that's a quorum and we can act when we're together. And although it's allowed, as long as we don't talk about, the optics are bad.
We appreciate that.
So
I understand that, and I wasn't, concerned with that. We also gave the town board members 3 different days, and then we accommodated and gave them a 4th day. We knew about the quorum law. We were willing to do 2 different tours, a couple hours apart.
But it is, we are where we are on that.
Yeah.
And I appreciate Mr. Dykes being concerned about that. It happens.
Yeah. I wasn't an attack. I was just stating that we did offer that to everybody.
Oh, no, I know it wasn't an attack, but unfortunately people hear it as other stuff.
I'm sorry, it came off. This was one of the submissions from the last town board meeting. 5 horsepower well pump delivers 120 gallons a minute. That is correct. That's what we have in the ground, and that's exactly what will be filling the cistern. No other pumps are delivering more water out of the ground. Pumping 10 hours or so in the evening. There's no truth behind that. I guess we possibly could if we wanted, we never would. That's an extreme irrigation cycle that I've never came close to doing. 72,000 gallons from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. Well, it doesn't get dark until 9 in the summertime. I'm not trying to irrigate people while playing golf. That is also an extreme number, 72,000 gallons. That would be the system running for the entire period. Yes, it has the ability to do so. We have never even came close to doing that. Direct feed to the irrigation sprinklers. That is correct. For Gulf Water, a 20-day/month irrigation schedule, nothing on the weekends. Not sure where that came from. I can water at any time. Weekends, weeknights, that's not how we run it. We water off based when and where we need water at that certain time. Every month and day is completely different. I can't predict what we're going to do next week, let alone 20 days or a whole month schedule. No added chemicals, that is true. Peak months could be 1.44 million gallons per month. We have never pumped that much in a month. And our records that are with the DEC files, as far as I know, going back at least 8 years, probably longer, will conclude that. If we pumped 72,000 gallons a night, we would be over our annual allowance in 83 days. We usually start watering around mid-May. We would be out of water from our 6 million annual allowance in 83 days. We'd be in some trouble. I probably would not have a job. We do not irrigate 36 acres. I think we've made that pretty clear throughout this process. 40 horsepower pump is not from the aquifer, but inside the cistern. We had a letter submitted by John Bennett stating that the 40 horsepower pumps are inside the cistern and that only allows us to water at a quicker rate to be more effective and efficient throughout the night cycle. I think it's also important that I state the ability to water faster is not because we just want to water faster. It allows me to have a lot more leeway and flexibility in the sense that if it's in the middle of summer and we're in a hot stretch and I see possibility of rain coming, and I know that everybody that lives on Long Island knows that just because the weather station says it's going to rain does not mean it actually does. Right now, I have to make the decision at 8, 9, or 10 o'clock at night. Am I going to water or am I going to wait and pray that it rains? So I either start the irrigation system, it starts raining, and now I've wasted that water, or I wait till not water, and then it doesn't rain, and now I'm in trouble because I can't water fast enough to stay ahead of play in the morning. The cistern is going to allow me to be able to make that decision. In the summertime, I don't sleep that much, and I don't sleep that well. We don't get rain for days, maybe months. If I see a chance of rain coming, you can guarantee I'm going to be awake at 3 a.m. to make sure that that rain's hitting or not. With the cistern, I could then make that decision, the rain's missing us, turn on the irrigation system remotely from my phone laying in bed, start the irrigation cycle. By the time I get to work, the irrigation cycle is complete. My highest nightly irrigation total this year was 48,000 gallons after 23 days of no rain. So the number 72,000 gallons in a night, we're not even close to that. Cistern will be refilled from a well source water at 7,200 gallons per hour, pumping for 16 hours. It's a long time, never done that. It is also false. The cistern will never be empty, as we've explained throughout this process. That's not the benefit of the cistern. We will continue to fill it off that 120 gallons a minute. That pulls from the aquifer, and our plan is to fill as used, so you're never running the well for an extended period of time. I think we've made that pretty clear throughout this process. Reiterate it. Peak months could use 2.32 million gallons per month. So if we were out of water in 83 days, we'd be out of water in 65 days there. That's absolutely insane. We've never even used close to 2 million gallons in the driest months of any year that I have any recollection of. So. Cistern is oversized and could fit more than 116,000 gallons. Again, this information was taken from the DEC report in the, where we had at one point requested for an extra 6 million. That is not on the table. We shrunk the tank down from 115,000 gallons to 116,000 gallons. So the tank capacity is what we stated is. We use minimal amount of water on a daily basis so we can make it throughout our yearly allotment. This number is completely false, using over 3.5 million gallons in a month. I just not sure where these numbers are coming from. But this is the third hole. This was part of a drone presentation that I had done. I think it was August 19th of the whole property. These pictures aren't that clear because I have copied and pasted and scanned it. You can clearly see by these pictures what areas we're irrigating and what are not. The areas that are green are irrigated. The areas that are brown are clearly not. Mr. Ruby incorrectly stated that all the new tees were irrigated by sprinklers. During our site visit, we showed them that there are no sprinklers around these new tees and they are all hand water. And we have no sprinklers around any of the new tees that were not permitted prior to 2003. This is our phase 1 master plan, which is also on file with the town. The circles that were created here by Dave Ruby show our new tees. We are not hiding the fact that we added new tees. We are trying to expand the game for our whole membership for all ages and genders. Unfortunately, when the course was designed, not many ladies played golf or younger kids. That has changed. And with that, we have to make new tees so it is enjoyable for all. Once again, we hand water all of them. None are irrigated. This picture shows 3 pieces of the irrigation system. It says hole 3, green edge rotors, only one aimed towards the green. That is correct. The first one is not a sprinkler head, it's a quick upper, which we use to have the ability to hand water. The second sprinkler throws out water in the green surrounds, while the third one throws in. This has not changed what we used to water. The old sprinkler that these two replaced was one sprinkler that went in a 360-degree direction and watered way farther and put out way more water than the new heads that we have installed. This map here, the green areas are areas that are currently irrigated. The pink areas are not. We, throughout the visit, showed that to the town board members that attended. This was a preliminary map that was made. This is not what's in the ground. The map that we have on file with the town is what's out there. And we went to most of these areas, if not all of them, and showed the town board that there are no sprinklers in place of this. This is the same map. I highlighted the yellow areas, which were part of a preliminary plan that was never approved, and we have not installed these areas. We demonstrated this on the site visit. Kind of blew it up just so it was a little easier for people to see. The photo on the left is the circle is the first hole. You can clearly see there is no sprinklers coming out into the fairway. The picture on the right was off the preliminary map, which showed 3 extra laterals coming out in the fairway. This plan was not approved and these heads are not installed. Non-exempt hole 3 fairway rotors, none irrigating the green. This photo shows Dave Ruby clearly trespassing as he has done multiple times in recent months. He is taking a picture of 2 sprinkler heads on our 3rd hole. He claims we are irrigating more than we are allowed to. We also submitted all the acreage first with Google Maps showing the areas that we irrigate. The old sprinkler system used to throw 360 and reach out past where these sprinklers are. These two sprinklers are here. They do not throw away from the green, they throw in. I have the ability, as I said before, low cut turf needs less water, high cut turf needs more. These two heads that are shown, 90 degrees throwing onto low cut, 90 degrees throwing into high cut. Both areas were irrigated in 2003. We just now have the ability to have more control, which makes our system more effective and efficient. By the way, we didn't run those sprinklers once this year. That's how you can clearly see in the picture the grass is completely dead. It is not anymore, as our grass is resilient and has adapted over 100 years to be able to come back with minimal amounts of rain. This is a irrigation valve. There are plenty out there. That only makes our system more efficient. If something breaks, we have the ability to shut down a small area without shutting down multiple holes to be able to make repairs. I'm hoping that I don't have to make many repairs, having the system being new. But valves are a good thing. This does not mean more water is applied. This just gives us more control. In my 13 years of being in golf course maintenance, 12 of which I spent at Southampton as head irrigation tech, throughout my schooling at Rutgers and my yearly education I take in irrigation schooling, I have never heard of a 3-pronged pitchfork pipes. I don't know what that is, but clearly it's somebody making a statement that doesn't know much about irrigation. This valve allows us to isolate and do repairs. It has no point to add more water. It only gives us more control. This is a good one. How many swimming pools does a golf course use? Not really sure what that's relevant to. I don't know where our relation to pools come into play here, but I guess if you calculated up his charting, we did use 4,988,741.4 gallons in 2004 or 2024. Our allowance is 6 million gallons a year if somebody wanted to forget that or didn't remember. In conclusion, the club does its best to make sure we are doing what's best for the environment, the community, and the golf course. We fully believe we have done proper research, hired the best professionals in the respective industries, and answered all the towns and communities' concerns regarding the cistern and new pump house. We have also gotten approval from the WAC, Planning Board, CAC, CERCA, and the building inspector regarding this issue. Attending this meeting via Zoom are some of these professionals we have used throughout this process. They are not here tonight, but available via Zoom if any questions have arisen. Please take advantage of their ability tonight and call on them if needed. Here is their names and the companies they work for and what they do for us. Thank you very much for your time. Hope that was beneficial to all.
Ben, quick question.
Yes, sir.
This presentation, can you make that available to the,
I already emailed them.
got it? Thank you, Amber.
Yep. Is there anything else? Thank you.
You have to stop screen share.
Sorry, John Bennett again. I just, as
Let go of the screen share.
Oh, sorry.
it's great that we've been able to update this into a modern, efficient system. I want to remind you, as Mr. Ruby was very adamant about his presentation the last time, the exemption is based upon the area irrigated. And we have not gone past that despite his attempts to demonstrate such. I am in receipt of Mr. Crouch's memo of September 22nd, 2025, recommending that this application be considered as an unlisted action under seeker. I respectfully disagree with this classification as stated in our prior submissions, but however, this is an unlisted action, and unlike a type 1 action requires submission only of a short form EAF, which has been in the file since January 2025, and indeed was recognized by PW Grosser in its memorandum. So again, you know, we bring that to your attention without removing our plan that is a type 2 action, but in any event, you have what you need if you continue to classify it as an unlisted action. That's made with great respect. Intelligent and experienced lawyers can differ. We did submit correspondence, as I stated, on September 24th to comments raised by the board and Hay Beach Property Association at the request primarily the supervisor. We did submit a survey depicting the existing irrigation overlay on the property survey for the subject property. As definitively demonstrated with the aerial images and calculations annexed to the affidavit of Ben Howell, we have 18 acres that have the either being irrigated or we have the ability to irrigate, but have chosen not to. The board might correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's the 9th hole, or the 10th and the 18th. I'm sorry, 10th and the 18th. We have not extended any irrigation to irrigate these forward tees, which are a great thing for the club. Gardeners Bay has, continued through the existing pro, and as anyone who knows the island at all, started prior pro, probably a youth golf program that is just the envy of everyone. And in order to start that out, we have forward tees, which is the better way to say it, Diet, as you properly pointed out to me the last time. Forward tees, and those are all hand irrigated, which get the benefit of their own exemption. 8210F provides hand watering system shall be exempt from the requirements of this chapter. Hand watering is defined under 82.4 as, quote, the watering of property by one handheld hose or one single portable lawn sprinkler. And there's a photograph showing the hand watering that goes on at the property that was part of Ben's submission. The staff attaches hose to the same water supply as the irrigation system and hand waters out of that. So this is really important because the water used is aggregated into the club's water uses and subject to the same 6 million gallon annual draw limit. Now, at one time, there was an application submitted to the DEC for the installation of additional wells and for an increase in the annual draw limit. That application is dormant. We have no intention to do anything other than what's stated this evening, but we will, in good faith, agree that if anyone wants to revive that application, we'll give 30 days notice to the town, which is more than is required. 45 days notice, in fact, we should feel better. But again, this is just to show that we are being exceedingly transparent. It was further misrepresented that the club is watering outside the limits of the exempt system through submissions of photographs of sprinkler heads. This is inaccurate. Again, the system has been improved to increase efficiency, as Ben stated. And this is very, very important. The original system will have traditional 360-degree sprinkler heads. We now have directional heads, which result in less water waste when irrigating by targeting specific areas. It was further misrepresented to the board that the club proposed to utilize a 40 horsepower pump submersed within the irrigation well. That is demonstrably untrue. There is a 5 horsepower pump submersed within the well. 40 horsepower pumps are proposed within the cistern to allow for an ability to irrigate more quickly, as per Mr. Howell's very, very precise irrigation practices, which are literally looked at every day and every morning. So given the significantly shorter duration of irrigation events, club can more accurately modify the irrigation schedule based upon weather events daily. This has been a drumbeat of ours because it's true. The whole idea is to make this more efficient and to use water more efficiently. So the pump submersed within the well will remain a 5 horsepower pump. Again, all fully within the well permits issued by the DEC. And this is what your expert from Grosser said many, many times at the meeting, despite her being under questioning from board members. She's happy with it. She understands that the DEC regulates this and we're well within the limits. There's no intention, nor could there be, to pump beyond the limits of the well permit. Annual reports are filed with the DEC, and we provided the board copies of reports from 2018 through 2024. I can't understand how one can expect us to be more transparent, despite the fact that we have been characterized as hiding something and not being cooperative. We have met with people, we've tried a significant community outreach, and we've been very transparent about what happens there and the amount of water that's been used. The objectives calculation of water uses is significantly inflated. They were based upon the incorrect assumption that the pump within the well would be 40 horsepower pump, but also assumed that we'd be constantly pumping water. That's the whole reason we're trying to make this more efficient. It necessarily follows that we'll not be constantly pumping water. Water use is to be determined on a day-to-day basis, and has been accurately pointed out. So this Mr. Ruby's claim of constant pumping is a mere fiction, and it's a real misrepresentation to the board. There's significant periods during which no water is drawn for irrigation purposes, rain, cold or overcast weather conditions, and Ben very religiously and responsibly monitors those. Again, there's no rain during water events, and they'll allow for significantly shorter duration of irrigation events. We also attached this request by the board, the complete analysis prepared by WSP USA, for which an executive summary was provided on September 8th, 2025. The report was submitted on March 12, 2025, and is posted on the town website. It is not new information, but it's been part of the record before this board for several months now. And again, we talked about the fact the allegations there was no outreach to the club. We attached correspondence, our September 24th correspondence, the affidavit of Jay Carr, documenting the efforts made by the club prior to submission, including more than one meeting at Mr. Goody's house. There have been no demonstrated environmental risks associated with the installation of this cistern. None. Zero. There's been no demonstration of any impact on the community. The Water Advisory Committee supported the application. Indeed, by their March 26, 2025 memo, they noted WAC endorses the cistern and the pump house project because we believe it will have a positive effect on the management of the resource by providing a storage buffer, potentially allowing the club to withdraw water from the aquifer more closely. So we demonstrated compliance with all applicable standards for the issuance of the site plan approval. And I say we have given you all this information about water usage when all we're here for is the site plan for the pump house and the cisterns. I want to make sure that everyone's aware of what we've done here. These are important points that I think a couple of board members have asked us to address. The irrigation map was overlaid on a property survey of the club. Sprinkler heads were specifically noted on the plan, as was all the underground piping. Now remember, this is great to have as a baseline, but it's the area of watering that, it's the area of irrigation that is the bedrock and basis of our exemption, and demonstrated by aerial photography in Mr. Howell's affidavit that this has not changed, and that we're talking about including the areas that we don't water have the right to, 18 acres. The existing sprinkler heads are beneficial. Directional heads as opposed to 360-degree heads allow for more efficient watering. Hand watering of the forward tees is permitted by the town, subject to its own exemption. And then, interestingly enough, we do go out and hand water some of the green areas to be very, very specific in the water. Irrigation system is not going to be used for fertilizing the property. The cistern will contain only water. We use wetting agents and pH additives, as Ben stated. And wetting agents, as recognized the board's consultants, and pH additives are not regulated by the DEC. They're designed to make the water more efficient, which is something that should be encouraged, and what we've gone to great lengths and great expense to do. And I have just I did put in a letter regarding Mr. Ruby. I'm not trying to be, you have to trust me, I'm not trying to be, I want to keep this very, very calm. I don't want it to turn into something we saw at the Ryder Cup, which is really a super unfortunate, speaking of a golf application, but it's some tough grounds here, because Mr. Ruby is a current member of your Water Advisory Committee. But the Water Advisory Committee has spoken. And he's taking on the certain mantle here, despite the fact that he's an objector. And I don't want to go on at length, but I did talk about some ethical concerns and case law on that, which I'll just leave for your consideration and for council's considerations. I very respectfully request, I want to thank you for listening. I want to thank you for being, I know what you're trying to do, and you're doing it well. You're trying to be good stewards of this, of the town. And you're trying to make sure that we are doing the right thing for the community. I think we've continued to demonstrate not only that we've been good neighbors, but we're trying to make this system more and more efficient, and everything in the record shows only that. There's nothing else in the record that shows anything other than we are making the system more efficient and more friendly to the island. I would greatly respect, after, of course, you hear any comments, if any, from the public, that you, regardless of what they are, close the hearing and make a determination. And again, I thank you all for listening.
We have some people who wish to speak on this. What I'd like to do is start off with people who have not previously spoken before the town board on this, just so we get any new perspectives, and then anyone who is coming again to perhaps start off with any new information as opposed to rehashing. Patricia, I see you're on the list. If you wish to speak.
Yeah. This is amazing. I'm actually really glad that I got to hear everything that's not in the middle,
Say your name.
I'm sorry, it's Patricia Fulcrot. I'm a landscape designer coming to the island since I was 16. I'm now 72, do the math. And it's too long. But I'm really glad that this came up when it did, and I got to hear everything before. Because, it's always like, oh my God, public hearing. But I am blown away by your concern about the smallest detail, whether a dock should be 50, should be 90, the detail that you take about waterways on this island. I'm just so impressed with the detail and I appreciate your presentation, but as a landscape designer, I do my own irrigation. I don't hire a private company. I've been doing it for 10 years, mostly in California where we have no water. But I just kept thinking of, you just made such a good argument for you're so efficient. Why would you possibly need 116 million gallons? Every other word in your presentation and your colleagues is how efficient you are. And I know all about changing the heads. Used to be 360. I know all about a lot of it. So I just kept thinking, you're not asking for the town to pay for the new system. You've put in a system that sounds incredibly efficient. But I remember 2 years ago when the club cut down many, many trees to the point where Bob Stefanato was having coffee with me and practically in tears at how many trees were gone. So I remember I kept thinking when I read the letter last year about the water, wow, is there any correlation between the course now having a far less canopy and needing more water? Now, I don't know, because I don't hear that coming up, but what I wanted to say simply, that I mentioned to Amber, when I came back to the island and brought my landscaping company, I never stopped hearing about how we can't use water. We have to let my lawn go. I don't know even about drips, can't have sprinklers. Over the years, the board has put the fear of God in people in this island about water because it's been an issue. It was an issue when I was a teenager. So I don't look at this from whether they're not doing an amazing job or, obviously I can hear the animosity, I can hear all the stuff that's gone on. I look at it from the point of view of the morale of the island, that people who have spent years trying to preserve water, the front page of the Reporter this week is about high school kids working on water and the safety of the water. There's only two things that matter. If you don't have trees, you can't breathe. And if you don't have water, you can't live. And this island has been conscious of water. So I don't think it's targeting the country club any more than it is the person who's in the wetlands. The reality is everybody on this island worries about water and the salt table and everything. And so when you suddenly see a figure of 116 million gallons, regardless of the cistern, regardless of how you get there, regardless of how efficient it is, people rightly are like, what? And I can see people sort of, when this goes through, going, wow, 116 million have been approved. Why am I not watering my lawn? I mean, I just think there's been a lot of issues on this island about development, about the amount of water that houses and pools and all these things are coming into being. And all I ever heard when I came back was the island's not the same, it's changed, blah, blah, blah. So I look at it from more of a morale and as a landscape designer from the fact that every day residents of this island are saying to me, I can't use water. I'm concerned about water. That there are exemptions, that there's private clubs, though I see very few people playing, that these things are maybe on the books, correct? Maybe there are exemptions, maybe it's right, but it's still the reality that if all these efficient things are being done, why are we here? This is about putting a ball in a hole. This is not about helping a school or a library or Mashama or any other place that's been in danger over the years regarding water. This is about a ball in a hole. A ball in a hole. My father ran the Upper Montclair Golf Club. It's not like I have some acts about golfing. I get it. But still, it's a ball in a hole. And so my point of view, I know Dave wants to talk, and this was a long presentation, but this is what sits in the IGA up on the bulletin board. Nobody would dare take it down. It says, save our aquifer. Our most valuable resource, water, will decline in quantity and quality if we don't protect and conserve it. Here are easy ways to reduce your impact on our water. Don't let it run, fix the leak, close the hose, take a 5-minute shower, sounds like a lot. Don't flush away medications or other chemicals. Choose eco-friendly cleaners and use organic fertilizers and pesticides. And this always catches my eye because it's such a kind of shelter island, local, honor system. And it isn't that anything that's being done in the country club is not honorable. It's just simply, this is an island that cares about its water. So of course, and I was here for the last hearing, which is why I came back, because there was rudeness, and what you guys proposed was, why don't we have an independent study, which probably should have been done a long time ago. And there was blowback to that idea. I mean, honestly, what are you guys going to really know going up to a golf course and observing things? But an independent irrigation company who has no invested interest in any of this, is a logical thing to do when you're talking about 116 million gallons. And if this was not something to take this seriously, you still would not be here. And I hear that it sounds like the town has put the country club through the hoops, but that's what happens. You put people through the hoops over whether a dock should be 50 or 90 feet. This deserves this, but it really deserves an independent study so that you guys can stop kind of, circling the drain. So that's all I have to say.
Just for the record, it's 6 million gallons, not 116.
What?
It's 6 million gallons, not 116 million gallons.
That they want?
That
No,
is
that
what
they're
they're
allowed.
approved for.
That they're allowed.
Yes, that they're
Yeah,
allowed.
no, I know, but they made such a good case for how great a job they're doing with it.
Oh, no, but I thought you had said 116 million. So I was just correcting that it was 6.
No, the cisterns are 160.
116.
Okay, well then.
Okay, I was getting the numbers.
Everything I've said is wrong, but I still say I care about.
Oh, no, I'm just getting the numbers right.
This country, it's island, feels like a country.
Okay, yeah, my numbers brain was like, something's off there. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if Lou Bevilacqua or Don Regan had spoken before, or you're just here and had signed up on a sheet.
Just here to.
Okay. Just checking. Okay. Let's see.
Available to answer any questions.
Steve Jacobs, had you signed up to speak?
Good evening, Stephen Jacobs. I'm pinch hitting for Bill Mastro, who's the president of the Hay Beach Property Owners Association, who is unable to be here. First, I'd like to offer some comments on the mass of documents that was submitted last week. We've heard some similar things, but let me first focus on the documents. Then I'll focus, but just make a few brief comments on some of what we've heard tonight. Of the 200 some odd pages of documents, what really jumped out wasn't the 200 pages, it was what was missing from the 200 pages. Two big things were missing. The first big thing missing was an agreement to allow an inspection of the course that would probably conclusively establish whether or not the club currently has the ability to irrigate non-exempt areas, non-exempt based upon the language of the code, which I won't bother repeating. The club touted in its submission, and again tonight, that a variety of people have been taken around the course by the club, but those people either were not focused on this particular issue of whether legally they have gone beyond what they're allowed to do in terms of irrigating non-exempt areas. I include in that group the WAC, which when they visited, that was not an issue for them. They never considered that. They were talking about other things. And the WAC had this plan initially that frankly I thought was misplaced, but the club tried to accommodate of having a pond or a lake or whatever. But anyway, WAC didn't, that wasn't their focus at all. In terms of others who were given the tour, including three of you, I respectfully submit that you're not engineers, you haven't spent a huge amount of time studying this, and honestly are no more equipped to conduct an investigation than I would be. And I certainly wouldn't call myself as being equipped to say, okay, this sprinkler could do this or not do this, or even, where it is or what the plans are. That's, way beyond me. Some of you may have a better understanding, but I nevertheless submit that it's not an adequate understanding to evaluate what the situation actually is. Now, the club has excluded from any of this Dave Ruby, who will offer some comments later, claimed he's all sorts of names. But who is Dave Ruby? Dave Ruby is a volunteer. He is not getting paid by anybody. He doesn't really have, so far as I know, a personal interest in this. Neither Dave, nor Bill, nor me have property by the shore that could possibly be affected by saltwater intrusion. What Dave does have is an engineering background and a great deal of experience having looked at the plans and trying to understand what the reality of the situation is. In a court of law, which is something I used to be very familiar with, but I think the same applies here, where there are opposing views, there should be an even playing field. There should be an equal opportunity for people who are opponents to express their views and try to document their positions. But the club is denying Dave the opportunity to demonstrate conclusively that his view of this is correct. It's also foregoing the club's opportunity to show that he's wrong. And I can't tell you sitting here for sure whether he's right or wrong, but it seems clear and obvious to me that if the club were really confident in their position, that, for example, there aren't sprinklers or rotators or whatever they are that have the potential to irrigate the 40, however many it is, new tees, well, why wouldn't they say, Dave, here are the greens, or tees, I think I mixed them up. Show me where you think the sprinklers are. Or more generally, show me where the sprinklers are that would irrigate non-exempt areas. But they haven't done that. Why not? There are a lot of things that were in the submission last week that frankly are red herrings in the sense that they don't really get to the core issue. One of them, and we heard some of it again today, is hand watering. Mr. Bennett is correct. Hand watering is not prohibited by the code. But that doesn't answer the big question. Big question is, does the club's current irrigation system allow, whether it's greens, tees, fairways, or whatever, does it allow areas that are not exempt under the code to be irrigated? And by the way, a consistent refrain last hearing, the hearing before, in the written submissions, and at various times tonight, is references to the irrigated area or the area being irrigated. But the real issue, and I think I heard a denial or two in the midst of all of these other claims, the real issue is, based upon the current piping, can the club irrigate non-exempt areas? And it's not enough to say, well, maybe we could, but we're not. We don't need to. The issue is, can they? Same way as if I built an illegal 2 stories to my house and I got hold on it, could I say, well, this isn't a problem, I just won't use those 2 stories. So the real issue is, what does the current irrigation system allow the club to do? Let me address the other big thing missing from the latest submission and missing from what we've heard tonight. And that is the refusal of the club to have a qualified independent consultant address the environmental risks of the cistern plant. Now, Mr. Bennett's letter, at least the one last week, I wasn't sure whether I heard a reference to yet another letter. But anyway, the one last week relies on a 3-year-old report prepared by one of the club's consultants. That report relied heavily on a 1996 report prepared by one of the club's other consultants. The more recent report that Mr. Bennett cited recognizes the risk of saltwater intrusion. It just says it's minimal. Well, should the board rely on that? I submit not. Why? Because in 2022, the club submitted those reports to the DEC in connection with its application to increase its annual pumping limit by more than an additional 6 million gallons. That application back in 2022 included the plans for the cistern and pumping statement. Significantly, the DEC responded with a notice of incomplete application. That notice detailed a whole host of additional information it required. And among the requests it made of the club was to, quote, provide an analysis of lateral saltwater intrusion. The saltwater interface should be discussed as it is presently, and the applicant should elaborate on its potential movement as compared to its original analysis in 1996. Notably, the club neither responded to any of these DEC requests, nor has withdrawn the application, which remains pending. Instead, it's pursuing its master plan on a piecemeal basis, starting with this application for a cistern and pumping station. I just want to make a couple of very brief comments about some of what we've heard tonight. One is about the allegedly false narrative that the club hasn't reached out to the Hay Beach community. Last week, the club filed an affidavit that said that the person who signed it on 3 occasions met personally with representatives of Hay Beach Association to discuss the pending GBCC application. That's exactly what it says. Based upon the people who were allegedly there that I've been able to reach so far, that is demonstratively not true. Were there meetings? Yes. When did they take place? Long before this application was made in January of this year. And what was the scope of those meetings, as has been explained to me? Not this, but more generally, the application for additional pumping and other things. It certainly was not about this application that hadn't even been filed. Mr. Howell, who's a very seasoned presenter and seems to be doing a lot of good things that we should all applaud in terms of upgrading the technology of the course, presented several new exhibits that have not been submitted before, or at least if they've been submitted, not made available to us, as well as point-by-point rebuttals, or alleged rebuttals, to some of the presentations that Dave Ruby has made. Obviously, we and Dave in particular are going to need more than the time he will now spend to just make a few comments to review and respond to those new exhibits and new claims. To conclude, if the board is interested in really getting to the bottom of either the expansion or the environmental issues, it should continue the hearing to, one, give us an opportunity to review what's just been presented. Two, to allow a fair inspection with somebody who has greater knowledge, frankly, than any of the town board members or other people who've been toured around by the club. And three, an independent environmental study to get to the bottom of what are the risks of this particular application. If the board, however, decides to close the hearing, it should allow 2 weeks for further written submissions, including affidavits. And based upon the fact that Mr. Bennett's protestations to the contrary, the club has failed to overcome either the legal and environmental concerns we've raised and the evidence that we have presented, and therefore proceed to deny the application. Thank you for your time.
Dave Ruby, you're next.
Absolutely.
Sorry, we'd be in front of you.
Dave Ruby, Dave Beach. Have I just set a Guinness Book of Records for my name being used at a public hearing? I don't know. Could be. Just to remind everybody, excuse me, there is no exempt system at Gardens Bay. They're exempt only for watering greens, tees, and the 2 fairways.
Could you turn that towards the town board?
Sure.
Just because I can't see you. Pretty sure everybody on this side can.
So,
No, it wasn't visible. No, thank you.
that's the exemption. There's no system exemption. And as Mr. Howell tonight admitted, they are watering beyond the tees and the greens. They're watering rough. Yeah. So what do we unbelieve? Well, I believe Mr. Howell is doing what he says he's doing. They're watering beyond the tees and greens. However, he did get some things wrong regarding their maximum use, at least so far, by the records that they've filed. In 2022, they've used 1.2 million gallons in July and over 1 million gallons in August. So I think he quoted never over 1.4.
Yeah.
Okay, not one, you said 1. And here is as far as how often they have to run the system. That's Jay Card's affidavit. That says they have a struggle to water the system, the golf course, within 12 hours. Who do you believe? Mr. Card, Mr. Howell? So this is the code. And I think you've seen this, and if you look at it in detail, you'll see that the piping for the new tees is in. Whether the rotors are in, I can't say. But the new tees are obviously piped with lines from the, excuse me. Oh, I hear some things. So the new tees have the piping in, whether they put the rotors in or not, or they're just holding off until this is closed. Mr. Howell done a lot of analysis from the top down. I've done it from the ground up. This is a schedule of all their components, all their rotors, the area that they irrigate, the degree to which the rotor swings, separated by exempt areas, non-exempt areas. The tees and the greens, the two fairways at the clubhouse, everything else. This is the front nine. This is the back nine. I came up with 16.5 exempt tees and greens, 20.8 exempt, non-exempt areas that they're irrigating, according to the plan they filed with the town. This is the excerpt from the plan that they filed with the town. It's also, it had the photos that you saw. These particular rotors, Mr. Howell said these are both oriented back toward the green. Well, according to this plan anyway. One is fairway rotor. One is pointing toward the green, but never makes it. It's a 50-foot radius. So those are non-exempt rotors that he represents are working, so I appreciate the admission. These are also where the color faces away from the green, that means the rotors, it's irrigating away from the green. Again, non-exempt. There is no exempt system. You've seen this. I don't know where Mr. Bennett got the idea that I said to put a 40 horsepower motor in the well. I'm an engineer. I know what they can do and what they can't do. In fact, I emphatically said they're using a 40 horsepower Rainbird vertical turbine pump on the top of the system. How that got into a well, I can't say. But I figured, well, we'll just do a picture just in case there's any confusion about the 5 horsepower well and 40 horsepower vertical pump extracting from the cistern. I mean, there's been a lot of discussion about what are they going to do? Well, it's been said that the vertical turbine pump, 40 horsepower, is going to run for 3 hours at its stated capacity of 45,000 gallons an hour. That's going to extract 116,000 gallons total. It's for 3 hours. At the same time, the well can add water back into the tank. So it's going to add 7,000 gallons, 7,200 gallons into the tank while the turbine pump is basically extracting. The net being 37.8. So it's going to run for three hours. Now you take the 45,000 gallons times this hours, and they're going to water the course. They can water the course. This is a worst case scenario. They can put 138,000 gallons on the course. This would be a hot day in July, hasn't rained, at 36 acres. This is watering the exempt and non-exempt areas. Now they're going to have to refill the pump after that day. So that means the well pump's going to run for 16 hours. So the well pump's gonna run for 19 hours if they water everything that they are capable. And just in case you think my numbers are crazy, this is Gulf Water's calculation that they included in their application for 36 acres. As you can see, the irrigation event, which is down the bottom.
Where's this come from?
Oh, yeah.
This is coming from their original 12 million gallon application. It's from Gulf Water. And you'll see down the bottom in the middle of the page, I didn't have time to pull this one up, but Gulf Water has estimated that in a single irrigation event, they could use 182,000. I'm way low. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the fiscal audience who wishes to speak? Let me just go to Zoom. Anyone on Zoom?
Yes, Paul Rosh here with Gulf Water.
Okay. Go ahead, Paul.
Hey, good evening, everyone. My name's Paul Rosh. I'm a golf course irrigation consultant. I've been hired by the club to design a golf course irrigation system. And in the course of doing things, the first thing that we said to the golf course was, like we do on any project, take me to your water. What do you have for a water source and water supply, and what are you permitted for? And it was at that point I understood the property to have 6 million gallons available as a permit for irrigation. The host has asked you to start your video. Oh, okay. Sorry, here I am in my office. Thank you. Just saw your note. So we have a 6 million gallons permit. Certainly not enough to sustain a normal golf course irrigation system. A complete golf course irrigation system would be somewhere between 18 and 24 million gallons of water to water greens, tees, and fairways. So 6 million gallons is, of course, just a green and tee system with approaches, which is exactly what we designed. In the course of the design, we did come up with several different models. Those models included irrigating more land if we could get the water or if the water was available. And that, I fear, is some of those calculations that you might see is for larger land masses than we settled in on. The irrigation system was designed to not use more than the 6 million gallons that are permitted for the golf course. The system that was replaced was extremely inefficient. It was leaky. They had poor coverage. It did not use current technology. And it was in complete disrepair. The goal and approach was to use that valuable and only 6 million gallons that was available the best as possible. I think Ben articulated it quite well, where we looked at areas where we could put back-to-back part circle sprinklers instead of using sprinklers that threw everywhere, a 360-degree spray pattern. The use of a second sprinkler allows to target areas more independently. So you wouldn't simply, as Ben said, turn a 360-degree sprinkler on to water an area when only you needed a 90-degree arc, for example, on a putting surface. So that was the goal and objective. The current irrigation event using 120 gallons a minute directly from the well takes an awful long time for the irrigation system to run. In many cases, that means evaporative losses due to wind. And I think Ben did a great job of articulating, if there's a rain event, we don't have water to waste. So we want to wait to the last second to see, do we really get that rainfall or not? And do we really need to irrigate that turf grass? As Christine, being a landscape architect, knows, all a plant knows is it needs the water. You can't tell the plant, hey, don't worry, we'll water you tomorrow. The plant will die. So we're using that the technology that's available in the industry today to push that push that envelope as far as possible so we don't overwater, we don't waste an irrigation event by putting water down on the golf course, only to have a rainfall event when we didn't need to use that water. Putting water into the cistern is simply just holding the water so we can use that same amount of water that we've used, but pull it out of a glass of water faster. Doesn't mean that anything's happening any different to the well. It's just that we've got some sort of a storage vessel. Other traditional ways of storing water on a property include ponds, which have an awful lot of evaporative loss, which have aquatic related issues, and can be subject to deep percolation unless you line the ponds, because you put water in there and it just seeps into the ground. So putting it in a underground vessel that is completely sealed off from the environment to protect it from evaporative losses is just flat out is just a extremely wise and prudent thing to do when you have a limited water supply. So I just wanted to point out that there is going to be no more water used than what is permitted for. So there seems to be a misnomer that we'll be using more water. That is just plain old not the case. The permit is the threshold that cannot be exceeded. And again, I wanted to just make a point of clarification that some of the hydraulic models that you might have seen were based on other scenarios, not the scenario that's in the ground at the golf course. And Ben showed the GPS derived as-built drawing of the property. So what was put in the ground was mapped with GPS equipment capable of decimeter accuracy, and that's exactly what you're seeing on the on those plans. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, I saw Cam Demarest, you had a hand up. John, you'll be next. You're next.
Sorry. Yes, I did. I just wanted to make sure that you received my submission today that shows the aerial photographs. Mr. Bennett just mentioned how aerial photographs show proof of irrigated areas, and I think that my aerial photographs show that in a better light, showing each hole as the full hole from tee to green. You can certainly see how the fairways have widened, trees have been moved. The approaches are in fact being irrigated. The GPS plan that was just discussed also shows that. The document that was 254 pages that was submitted on Friday is just overkill and confusing, and certainly there has not been ample time to review everything that the applicant has now submitted, and I would request that this hearing be adjourned so that we do have time to look that over. I'm just astonished that, yes, they have now put in a very efficient system. And if you look at the numbers that they have reported as far as the well withdrawal this year, they were actually under that. So it seems that what they've done is certainly sufficient to make the system what they need it to be without going over the 6 million gallons that they are permitted. I don't understand then the need for the cistern system. And I will repeat once again that in 82.7 in town code, it says that cisterns, I can get it for you. Hold on just one moment. Cisterns are not supposed to be filled with well water. I mean, that's part of our town code. 82.7B, I know I've mentioned it before. I don't know how this application can avoid that provision in the law. It doesn't say that golf courses are allowed to fill cisterns with well water. It says that cisterns can't be filled with hose or well water. It's very clear. And that's just constantly being ignored as far as town code is concerned. And as far as irrigations and what has been irrigated, we must consider that hand watering is also a form of irrigating. So if they are in fact hand watering new tees that weren't there in 2003, then they have expanded their irrigating system, whether it's by someone by hand or via a pump and piping. So, you know, the truth is that there has been an expansion of the irrigation system in this upgrading, which I think is wonderful. It sounds like it really is what they needed to do. But there's been expansion beyond what was there in 2003. I think the town board has to address that. that's in violation of their permitted exempt areas. And I think that you really need to take a little more time to look at the SECRA analysis once this public hearing closes, because I understand you can't do that until that happens. I don't know how you're going to come up with a negative declaration on this project when in fact we don't have the study on the saltwater intrusion. There are articles written about wetting agents and toxicity to habitats, depending on which wetting agent they choose to use. There's just a little more science that's missing in this application. And I think that the town board needs to take more time, give us more time to review what was just submitted, and give us at least another month to digest what they presented this evening, and take it from there. There's no reason that they should be permitted to fill this cistern with well water. That's really my biggest contention. And my concern are the wetting agents and the drift to the private wells that are nearby. I hope you take a good look at what I submitted. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. I just will note, you had mentioned 254 pages. 161 of those pages had been previously submitted on March 17th submission. So for those looking at it, there is something, if you've already reviewed the earlier submissions, it's not new information. So it makes it a little less heavy of a lift.
I must say that the number of submissions on this site plan review is exorbitant. It's hard to even know which ones to look at, what plans we're supposed to be looking at, what we're supposed to be comparing in data from one thing to the next. And to get another, okay, let's say you got another 90 pages. It's still more to digest on this project. And everything must be considered with due diligence and good regard to the public safety and welfare of the island. I mean, obviously, if they are now admitting that they are in fact irrigating approaches, that's not exempt. It's greens and tees as of 2003. So I would urge you to look at that and see how many tees they've added and how many greens they've enlarged and how many fairways got wider, and make a comparison and make an educated decision.
Thank you. John? Yeah, come on up. I'm sorry, I meant to have John Bennett come up, but I have a feeling.
Hi, Mr. Newman.
Needham.
I'm sorry.
I have a
Always good to see you.
Rookie question. As a resident, I'm not a golfer. All the things about the sprinklers is really interesting and all, but isn't the bottom line, how does this impact the aquifer? Isn't that the real interest of the man on the street? That's my question.
Thank you. I had a feeling John Needham would be brief.
You already did. There's no one I have more respect for in this community. Mr. Needham, despite the fact that I mispronounced his name, he's been always been steward of the waterways. But yeah, that's why we have a permit and we're limited to what we can pump. There's a couple of quick observations here. It's not like the only one who's weighed in on this has been the club and its professionals, although Mr. Roche did a wonderful job of explaining yet again how the system makes the system more efficient, which is why we're spending the money to do it. But you had a report from Grosser, and she was here, and she was very, very, very emphatic about the fact that this didn't create an issue. You also had your own water advisory report, so I wanted to note that. Mr. Ruby again keeps on talking about a phantom issue. He talks about an application that's not before the board. There's no, we're not trying to add this double water capacity. That is not before the board. 6 million gallons, and actually we've been very good about keeping under that. So it's a straw argument. You create an argument so you can knock it down, which is really every single argument that Mr. Jacobs has for you. It's a ruse that I've seen constantly by objectants. It's fully intellectually dishonest. I don't have any proof of a violation So the applicant has to go out and demonstrate there's a violation. Since I can't prove there's a violation, and the applicant can't prove it, there must be a violation. So I can't prove it, but he must be hiding something. This is, don't be fooled by that. It's so obvious. Since he's what are we hiding? We're not hiding anything. And since I, Mr. Jacobs, can't prove there's a violation, and the board isn't admitting there's a violation, and they're not letting you on the site, despite the fact that you have your own water committee, and despite the fact that you have Barossa there must be a violation. It's basic trickery, and don't be fooled by it. Wedding agents, there are studies about wedding agents. There are studies about, where are they? We've been at this for 7 months. Ms. Demers says, there are studies about wedding agents. Mr. Dickinson, you said something about there's concerns about wedding agents. Candidly, it's not a criticism.
It's up to you to refute it, Mr. Bennett.
No, it's not. It's up to
I
you to
have
demonstrate.
studies that show
Yeah.
the hazards associated with surfactant.
I haven't seen, you can't make a claim without science and then tell me it's no.
You're making a claim. You're making a claim that you haven't expanded
We
the
have our
irrigation system.
experts say, and your own expert had said it's not an issue. It's not an issue. So I would very much like, and the stuff that we submitted, most of it, the large majority of it has already been submitted, and we submitted it well in advance of the meeting. And this is, again, what you're hearing is we don't have the time, we'll take the time. Mr. Ruby was able to, I think his response is fallacious because it's all based upon an application that's not before you, but he was able to put something together. So at a most, I would very, very respectfully ask that you close the meeting. And if you want to allow written submissions, that's fine. But you can't keep coming to the board and throwing out questions and questions and questions, which we answer. We answer. If you have some concern, if you have something that you're supposed to think you can demonstrate, that's what the purpose for a public hearing is for. We've responded. We've put the application in. We think we've done it more than adequately. We very, very respectfully ask that you close the matter and make a determination. And I appreciate your time, and I appreciate your listening to us. Thank you.
Else before I bring this back to the board? Pam? You're muted.
Yeah, hi. I'd just like to remind the town board that the WAC's report that they did was not done on behalf of the town board. They took that upon themselves to review this. Partners Bay Country Club went to the WAC separately from the town board requesting the WAC to look into this application. The transcripts of the meetings that occurred are evidence of that. So that WAC report should just not even be considered in any of your deliberations on this application.
Thank you. Anyone else? I'm taking my notes as far as open items. Ben, you did say that you would have at some point the stamped survey with the irrigation overlay. Do you know when that might be?
They have to do a lot of, so the guy who did our land survey in the past has passed away. So for them to legally stamp it as, I guess, I forget what his title is, a land surveyor, he has to come and make sure that every single point, even though he has that CAD file from the old guy, he will not put his name on it until he comes and resurveys the whole property. He's a little busy. He was able to do this from us and come and do the minimal amount of measurements he needed to be able to put that overlay onto it. We are in discussion, and hopefully, within a month, we can get him back there, but it's a few days of work for him to just verify the surrounding perimeter properties to make sure that, he doesn't have any question that it's off. He's dealt with a lot of the previous land surveys that this guy has done and has, a contract with his family to take over the accounts. But he will not stamp it until he comes back to verify the complete property. And obviously with a 154 acre property, it's not a 2-hour stop pump, so.
He wants to make sure there's no encroachments. I'm sorry, Mr. Dye. He just, as part of his professional responsibility is to make sure with the new survey there are no encroachments around the perimeter. So surveyors are always very, very concerned about making sure they pick up any encroachments because they're certifying it as a boundary line.
And just to be clear, the survey, once finalized and stamped, will show the location of all the sprinkler heads.
It currently does, and he is very confident, as well as Paul Ross stated, that he has the most up-to-date, expensive equipment to be able to create that. It's not like he just drew those lines in. I mean, every single head is exactly within, I think he said, a decimal of where it is stated. So the two files combined, they are both very confident that it is accurate. But in order for him to stamp it, which he told us prior to coming to the property, he will not be able to do it until he does a complete full survey of the 154 acres.
My suggestion would be you could condition any approval upon filing such a survey.
Mr. Bennett, and that new survey, once we get it, coupled with Ben Howell's sworn affidavit
Yes.
that they're only watering 18 acres, you're okay with that being the new baseline standard?
Absolutely. That's what I've been saying since the beginning. Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Be clear.
No, I think you're correct to want a baseline, a benchmark. I haven't been fighting that at all. I think you're discharging your duty.
Can I just say one more thing? The fact that we never had a map is the reason why this isn't verified. But we have demonstrated by site visit, the Google map imagery, and by the calculations through the land survey map, we're clearly still in that area. Yeah, I mean, could it change a little bit either way? We technically can water 18 acres and we're probably watering less than 16 without those two fairways. And that's just the facts. 35 acres would be doubling our acreage. How could we possibly stay under 6 million gallons a year and double the acreage we're watering? It's just, it's mind blowing. There's no way that's possible.
No, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say,
Oh.
we'll call him Stephen.
Cool.
Board members get priority.
We go last.
If you're gonna wait then, Stephen Jacobs.
To drive home a point I thought I'd made before. Whether they're, quote, only watering 18 acres, whatever, and if the photographs show that, that's not the issue. That's just not the issue. The issue is, does the piping that's there allow them to water non-exempt areas?
Now, also, the other things that we have talked about were the DEC reports, and then now at this meeting, they offered 2 other reports as far as their water usage is concerned. So that is something that needs to be part of our conditional closing or requirements. If we're going to go and do that. Then as far as the 30 days notice, if they want to reactivate the dormant application for an additional 6 million acres, they, if I heard correctly, have now offered 45 days.
Yes, I heard that too. I wrote that down.
I don't care.
60 is even
I
better.
don't care.
I'll take 60 and I'll raise you 75.
We want the town to be involved.
Yeah.
We've all lived up here, been here for 72 years. I drink a lot more water.
You could come to the podium and state your name for the record.
apologize for
Thank you.
years of practicing law, I should have known better. Yeah. And I get, one thing that Ben said is, if we run out of water, you will get fired. I've been on the island for 72 years. I drink water, a lot more important to me than playing golf. What the club has done is done everything possible to be as efficient as we can, doing what's important for the club, but also for the island. Having a premier golf club on Shelter Island is an important amenity for the entire island. And look, we are not going to do something without the town being part of it, because we want you to be. If there's a mistake we're making, we want to know it before we make a mistake. We want you to participate in our decisions. I'm not going to give you a veto power, but we do want to know what your view is, because we don't want to do something that wouldn't be good for all of us. I think that's it. Thank you.
I have a question. Okay. I have two things, actually. The town board did ask the WAC to review this application. It was referred to them, so that, I don't remember who said what, but they didn't do it on their own. We did ask them to look at it. And then my other one is a question for Ben, most probably. It has to do with wedding agents, because as you've heard, some members of the board have concern about this. My question is, what are the conditions under which you would typically use a wedding agent?
Yeah, I mean, wedding agents are used during the, let's call them the hotter days of the summer, right? We don't use wedding agents in every month. We haven't used them in over a month because we haven't seen temperatures over 80 degrees. We use the wedding agents to help promote the better health of the plant once temperatures get to a point of what we call a stress level, right? So anything over, let's say 84 degrees, the wedding agent isn't gonna save the plant, but it's gonna allow the plant to utilize the water that's inside of it as most effectively as it possibly can. And with this new pump station, it doesn't mean that we're just constantly pumping wedding agent. It's gonna have the ability through a computerized system to say, okay, we're coming into a stretch of hot weather, we've been in a stretch of hot weather, let's try and give it a little more, juice is what I would call it, to try and push through and stay stronger to get us through these summer droughty days. That's when a wedding agent is most effective. It is not a product that is used constantly. It's an as-needed basis, and that is also monitored by what I'm seeing on a daily basis in the reaction of a plant's health. That doesn't necessarily mean every area is getting it. I could go out and specifically just give it to one green that sees more sun, more exposed in the wind. That's kind of what my job is, to take each area of the course and treat it as its own. Not all grass is the same from one hole to another, different soils, different weather patterns. Lower holes have less air movement. I mean, all these things take into massive consideration, and that's why we don't just water all the greens for the same amount of time. Each head is percentage controlled. If I know that it's a wet area, I can bump it back to 20%. So if it's scheduled to run for 3 minutes, that one head will only run for 40 seconds. And there's so many things that are inside this computer system, why we've made it so efficient and effective, that it's way better than it was. And I can't speak better of the system than it is. So I just went off on a tangent there.
So sorry. So right now your hand too. Well, I lied. Unintentionally. He triggered another question. I can't help it. I have a curious brain. So you're currently hand applying the wedding agents because
So we have spray rigs, which is what we apply pesticide with, and as needed basis, if I go out and I'm spraying the greens or the tees, or specifically one area of tees might need a wetting agent, I will either throw it in the tank or specifically go out and just spray, 5 out of the, I don't even know how many tees, but the 5 out of whatever amount to just specifically treat those areas. If I think that they are drier, different soils, different wind environment, all those kind of things play a factor into that.
So I'm just anticipating a possible condition being that some of the board members may not want wetting agents put into the irrigation system. So I'm wondering how that would impact your use of the system.
It wouldn't impact the use of the cistern. I think you're taking away the ability to make the cistern the most efficient and effective it could possibly be for our irrigation system. I understand the concerns about that, but the DEC has not shown any concerns about wetting agents, and it's a very small rate that is put into the system to only help, the plant be the most effective it can be.
I thought I heard earlier that the wetting agents weren't put in the cistern, they're added at the pump house level as it goes out to where it needs to go.
That is correct.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
Nothing is being put into the cistern besides water at any point. It's pumped from the cistern, added as an as-needed basis, and put into the irrigation system. Nothing has any chance of contaminating what's in the system.
Okay.
Now I am done.
Any other?
We still have 3 more hearings, you know that, right?
Just you wait, I'll get punchier as it goes on.
Okay. Any other questions from the board?
No, that was it, because that was another consideration, which is to clarify the fact that fertilization and the wetting agents don't go in the cistern.
Right. Okay. They're not going to be using fertilizers at all in the system. It's just pH neutralizers and wetting agents if necessary, but not all the time. Just under specific conditions.
Fertilization is never applied via the irrigation.
Correct. That's,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So my question to my fellow board members is, what do you need in order to close this hearing?
I don't want to close the hearing. This is way too important for Shelter Island. And there's more information that we're waiting for to come in. No way I want to close it.
What are we waiting for? I'm just
I
asking.
want to see the survey.
We're waiting for
The updated survey.
Just gave it to you.
Whatever you say.
Can I explain what's going on with the survey? The survey is not going to change other than the surveyor is going to come out and make sure that the boundary line of the property is the same as shown on the survey, because that way, you can ask your counsel, he's used to getting boundary line surveys, he needs to make sure independently, he needs to feel comfortable that the boundary lines are accurately shown and there are no encroachments, because that's what he's going to certify. You could clearly make that a condition of any approval, that we have to give to you a stamped boundary line survey, which is, but the location of the irrigation systems, I think you heard testimony, is not going to change. You can compare those when you come in to satisfy yourself that it hasn't. I will tell you that surveyors are extremely hesitant to stamp a survey and certify it unless they, through their own eyes and through their own equipment, have surveyed the boundary line.
I used to be a real estate lawyer.
What's wrong with me?
30 years.
So you know what I'm talking about.
I've spent my life working with surveyors.
You know what I'm talking about.
The suggestion, at least from me, is close it, but leave it open to this submission, because I actually want to see the final stamped survey with actual heads located.
That's all I was suggesting. There's no need to keep it open for that purpose, that's all. You can get comfort as part of the thing, that's all I was saying.
That's just me.
What else, Albert?
I don't feel comfortable at all moving forward right now. I mean, Mr. Bennett, you continually say the club has been very transparent.
Yes.
Very transparent.
Yes.
That's not the case at all. My understanding, sir.
Yes.
From the very beginning, a representative of Gardeners Bay Country Club went to the building department to get a building permit to put it in the cistern. And the building inspector said, you need site plan review. I can't give a building permit until you undergo site plan review. And what happened?
That's why we're here.
No, the hole was dug without the building permit. The hole was dug. The stones were laid in the bottom and the cistern was delivered and staged next to the hole.
And your point.
When it was found out.
And your point about that, because that's why
You're talking transparency, but from the very beginning, there's a big example of lack of transparency for this project.
And your point, we are here now asking for your site plan approval. We're here now.
I'm not ready to close it.
But you have to tell us why.
I was going to say, what I'm trying to get to is what information can you request?
I would like to see the survey.
Okay, so I mean, that's one
We
thing.
can close
Is
the
there-
subject to that.
Yeah, is there
Well-
anything else?
What is the hurry to close it?
I got three other
The
things.
hurry, have you been doing this since February? January. Yeah, I'm just trying to get to a place because we have been dealing with this.
I'm asking you to keep it open.
And it's now 3 hours and 10 minutes into this meeting. So there's
still
a
3
period
hearings to
this is a period to hear the public. We've heard the public numerous occasions. It's also a period for us to ask for information. Then when we close the public hearing, then that's our period to deliberate on all of the information that we've received. So for that deliberation period, which is what I'm trying to get us to, what do you need? The deliberation.
What did you say to get the survey? 45 days? What did you say, 30 days?
No, there's no need to keep the hearing open to get the survey. The surveyor has.
I didn't ask you that, Mr. Bennett. I asked you, what timeline did you indicate to get?
It's up to the surveyor's schedule. Surveyors are very busy. It could be
I
a
want to
week.
see the survey.
It could be 2
I
weeks.
want to have the survey in front of me.
What would you gain from that? I've told you that the only reason the surveyor needs the extra time is to verify the boundary line.
That's what I want,
That's not
Mr.
true.
Bennett.
It's not,
Right, so Albert,
well, I.
survey. Okay, so I'm just saying Albert wants a survey, so.
I want
But there's no
the
need.
hearing adjourned.
Open for that.
I don't want to close the hearing.
Okay, that's your request. I want to go through each of us to find out where
The
we
other
stand.
things, the three other things which they have already offered.
I don't.
Meaning, number one, which is, let's share the reports that they followed at DEC, and plus the 2 other ones that were in Ben's PowerPoint presentation. There was 60 days, 45, whatever the number of days is, prior notification if they reactivate the additional $6 million, $6 million gallon
Yeah,
application.
that would be.
These are all conditions.
Yeah, that would be
These are all
conditions.
conditions.
We can
Yeah,
close the
don't we
hearing
have
then.
the DEC
Oh,
application?
I don't know.
Those conditions.
But
It's an
the
exhibit.
conditions of closing the hearing are receiving confirmation of that, receiving confirmation of the additional, that they'll provide additional reports, receiving confirmation that wetting agents and fertilizers aren't distributed through the cistern. All this has been told to us right now, so there is one other open issue other than those 4, which kind of have been my 4 requirements. And the new 5th one is, what do we, so I guess this, cisterns aren't supposed to be filled from wells. Well, this site plan review, approving the site plan review, does that automatically fix that problem, or do we have to go to ZBA?
That would be a question that we will need to get legal counsel to weigh in on.
Yeah, the 82.7 talks about new turf irrigation systems, not a new turf irrigation system. Yeah, so that's, you need trucked in water for a new system.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it doesn't necessarily apply.
Right.
Got it.
82.7.
Okay.
Stephen, if I,
Thomas?
Tom, excuse me, I'm sorry. Yeah, just a question, not to put you on the spot, but it's something that has gnawed at me from the beginning of this.
Okay.
Secra and segmentation.
Right.
Could you speak to that?
Yeah, so segmentation is a concern where somebody breaks up a project into pieces that are all, negative declaration or not significant environmental impact, and then submits them in pieces to get, a larger project put together. This application, though, is the only application before you. There's no prior application to segment it to. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, my concern is that they had applied to the DEC back in '22
Right.
to double their water usage. That's of no concern to the board now?
No, I mean, that's unless they, so for example, if the board approved this application and they came back with something else to this board, then you could consider whether segmentation is an issue. But this is the only application in front of the board. You know, applicants are allowed to make, you know, applications to other entities and abandon them if they don't, or, you know, not move forward if they don't choose to. So I would, you know, I don't believe segmentation is an issue for this particular application. If they came in with a new one, it could possibly be an issue.
The other issue that I have, Mr. Bennett, is I would like to make an inspection on the course, which I spoke to Ben about, but I would like to have Mr. Ruby there.
He is not allowed on.
That raises such a big red flag for me.
He's a, you know, whether an objecting or interested neighbor, he's spoken at the public hearing, he submitted materials. It would not be appropriate if the board wants to appoint someone, you know, or feels like it needs to gather more information. I don't think an interested neighbor would be appropriate.
Then I'd like time to just pursue that. To line up somebody to take an inspection with me.
I think there's been more, respectfully, there's more than that.
Wait a minute, that's not acceptable to have somebody familiar with the irrigation system?
No, you've had the opportunity to do that.
Really?
Yes.
We talked multiple times in the last week. I gave you 4 different days last week.
Oh, I know, but
You could have had Peter Grand, a very
We've been
educated,
through this, please.
Andrew Chapman, but you have to have Dave Ruby, who is not an irrigation expert. Your
He's
former
a
committee of Water Advisory Committee.
Excuse me, I'm speaking. He's a mechanical engineer. Then I would like to have somebody that knows irrigation systems. I want to be sure. That's all. I want to be, this involves way too much. This has too much of an impact on Shelter Island to
You're
just.
arguing that it doesn't, but you have no facts to show it. And no, you've had more than enough time, respectfully.
Wow.
Respectfully, you've had more than enough time. And
You're just stonewalling, Mr. Bennett. The
no,
club's just
actually, I think the
stonewalling.
board.
Wouldn't you want me to bring you in and say, wow, this is great? And not have questions in my mind?
I think you've had more than adequate time to ask the questions, and then the person that you wanted to come on to the property to examine it is a violent objective to this, or however you want to characterize it. So I think that's wildly inappropriate, with all respect.
But I'm asking,
I'm not saying
would you have a
request is inappropriate.
would you have a problem with me bringing on an irrigation?
At this point, yes.
Wow.
Pending since January. We've had our own professionals, best in the business. You've had your opportunity, you've had your own, you know, PWB grocer, and to the extent that this is all generated on concerns about water, despite the fact that we have a permit for.
I haven't, don't say I haven't had enough.
I'm trying to, you know.
I've not had an opportunity.
I am trying to respond to you, sir. Despite the fact that your claim is this is all about water, you've had PW Grocer look at it, they're fine with it. We're well within the 6 million gallons. We've demonstrated all of that stuff. Actually, I don't understand. I'm not stonewalling things. I think, unfortunately, the goal line has been kept being moved, and we've provided more and more information, more and more conditions. You had the opportunity to visit on numerous occasions, Mr. Dixon, but you insisted that you wanted to bring an objectant with you. That really turns.
Now you're saying I can't bring an expert with
You had
me.
your opportunity. You had your opportunity.
Okay. Wow.
Gordon, what information would you need in order to close this hearing?
You know, I've listened, excuse me, I've listened to this drama case unfold here. I think the question, first of all, I don't think Mr. Ruby is I don't think he's the enemy. I think that his intentions are well meant, and I think it's pretty disingenuous, some of the stuff that's been said about him. I think the club has proposed an irrigation system. They've done some improvements to it. The piece that's most startling to me is, and I guess, and I'm not a lawyer, but if you're so sure of your points of views, why wouldn't you sit down and let two people sit down and put their plans out and disprove what's being said? Okay? I don't understand it. If you're saying you're transparent, you're part of the community, I think that without this, there's something missing here, okay? And again, we can't talk about, it's not segmentation, but yet we have experience of all these other things. And I won't go into the list of things because apparently it doesn't have any merit here. So what's the point of bringing up all the different things that came forward? But we know what's going on, okay? And I think if you really are, if you're true, okay, and you really want to be part or be helpful to the island as well as the community, Hay Beach, I don't know why you wouldn't want to disprove what's going on here. I don't know I don't understand that.
If I can respond, this is no different than, with great respect, because.
Beg pardon?
I said, this is no different, with great respect. This is no different because you've been very studious about everything, and I appreciate the level of examination that you've brought to this, Mr. Goody. But this is no different than what Mr. Jacobs says, which is, I believe A, and it's up to you, despite the fact that A has no basis in any of the facts that we've given to you. I believe A, despite the fact that no basis in the facts, since you can't disprove A, it must be true. That's really what it comes down to. It's not my burden to prove a fallacious claim that's been made by the objectants. It's not my burden. I present my material to the town board as part of a public hearing process, and somebody can't get up and say, I think there's a set of facts which I'm going to constitute as A, and since they haven't disproved it, it must be true. That's not the way the judicial process works. That's not the way the administrative process works. That's not the way a fair hearing of the facts work. If the objectant has something to demonstrate other than claims based upon doubling the state permit, which we can't do, and we've told you, we've given you notice, based upon an irrigation system which is a phantom, which is not there, it's not my job to demonstrate anything other than the facts that I have given to you. So I think we've been here for a really long time. My position at the very beginning was that water usage, as long as we were within the permit, had nothing to do with this. And that's essentially what H2M said, because we have that state permit, but we have indulged the board because the board wants to be the guardian of a water source, and we respect that. So we have demonstrated beyond any sort of cavil or dispute that we are well within the bounds of the state permit, and we have used less water than we're allowed. We have indeed been good guardians of the supply. And for someone to get up and say, I think you're doing something wrong, and you won't help me prove my point that you're doing something wrong, it's not up to me to do that. The objectant has proof of that, and they have to come forward with it. It's the beginning and end. That's the way the system works. That's the way any trier of fact, any process for getting to the truth works. I put in my position, and the objectant doesn't get to say, because you haven't proved my position must be right. Stands logic, quite literally stands logic on its head.
Mr. Bennett, can I have a moment, or?
That's
I'll let you
your
finish.
board.
No, I don't want to interrupt you.
No, I appreciate that.
Go ahead, Gordon.
If someone takes your data and they look at it in a different way, okay, well, first of all, this is never a question about you using more water. I don't think we ever got into that conversation. No one accused Gardeners Bay of using more than 6 million gallons. Really, what this issue really comes down to is, did you do expansion? And you're saying no, correct?
Where's the proof of it?
I'm asking you that question. Is that not what you're saying? No?
What I'm saying is the only proof, in quotes, is Mr. Ruby's basis of an expansion on an application which has never gone forward. That's if you look at his numbers, he talks about applications that are phantoms, that talks about expansions which have never happened, which would not be for you for, which not be for you for. So yeah, I have a significant problem with that because it's not accurate, it's not truthful. Mr. Ruby says that we have all this extra irrigation going on, but it's based upon a plan which has never been put into effect.
I'll go back and ask you the same question one more time.
Yes.
Did you expand?
From what?
Did you expand from the original?
We have no baseline from 2003.
Then I didn't know that I was really, can I finish?
Go ahead, sorry. I apologize, Gordon, but.
I mean, really, I don't know whose team you're on here right now, and there is no team. But the thing,
I'm just glad you have that.
the point I'm asking, okay, is that was there expansion?
And it's been consistently answered
No.
no.
Okay.
And there's no proof other than speculation to demonstrate anything else. And you, as a board that is based in reality, cannot base a decision on speculation, because that is a denial of due process. You cannot base a decision on speculation. Mr. Ruby's entire basis is the basis of his argument is based upon all of his data, so to speak, comes from an alleged expansion of a system which has never happened, and there's nothing in the record to demonstrate anything else. Nothing. So yes, I will say, probably for the 20th time, if I may, it's a little bit sarcasm there, I apologize, that no, the system hasn't been expanded. The areas that are irrigated have not been expanded. We have the ability to do 16 acres. Mr. Ruby keeps on saying we're doing 32. It's a chimera. It's made out of whole cloth. I'd say thank you.
Different points of views, that's all. We do have different points of views.
I understand. And you know, I get emphatic and zealous sometimes. I'm supposed to be a zealous advocate for my client. If I get to a certain degree, sometimes it's certainly not meant as anything. I respect your job and I respect what you're doing.
Listen, all I'm trying to do is what's right for Shelter Island, our environment. That's really where I'm coming from.
And I respect that.
I'm looking, it's really getting to the truth. The data should show the truth, okay? And I don't have that expertise. I don't think there's anybody on this board that really has that water background.
Which is why it's incumbent upon us and it's incumbent upon you to try to get that expertise. You got something from E.W. Grosser, and we've given you, Mr. Roach, who's top in the nation. He has a reputation to be upheld. He's literally sought after because of his ability to design efficient irrigation systems throughout the country. These are reasons I can't. I said to him, "Can you be here at a certain point?" He said he gave me a list of the courses they have to be at. So we really have gone to great extents to bring the creme de la creme of people that do this stuff. And I think Mr. Howell has been an absolute. He's demonstrated tonight that he's been an incredible protector of the resource. We respect the limits of that permit, and we try to keep well below it as we have. And you know, Mr. Goody, you can say that it's not about water usage, but it's somehow it has devolved into that, which is why we've been reinforcing how we try to make that use more and more efficient.
I must confess to you, it's hard to put the request, the application for the DEC for the 12 million gallons on this table because of what was spelled out in it and where we are today, okay? And I just wonder, you know, I'm just making that comment, but I wish that we could put our everything on the table from two sides and have it maybe an independent person look at this and say, hey, if you're right, you're right. But that's it. If there's a different point of view, maybe you'll see it differently. Maybe there was something, but we don't have anybody. So if Mr. Ruby cannot present his point of view, okay, we're really basically relying on everything you.
Well, and that is the position where you find yourself. Yes, I wouldn't disagree with that, but that's, we're entitled to a decision at this point, respectfully. Again, I'm sorry.
So Gordon, before I circle back to you, a couple of people in the audience have raised their hands. So do we continue with asking you what you need, or do you want to hear from, we've got two hands up at the moment.
Yeah, I'll come back.
Okay, Mr. D'Agostino?
What is the last term?
You got a couple hours.
11:45.
Yeah, I was gonna say 11:45. That's why it's like,
you have south side.
You have 2 hours. Oh, yeah,
More importantly, I could go and walk my dog.
Yes, yeah, you have 2 hours. Yeah, but hopefully we'll be done.
We'll try to
All right, so Mr.
give everybody a
D'Agostino.
warning if we get close to midnight.
Yes. I'll turn into a pumpkin anyway.
You might recall, I
You should state your name.
I will. Albert A. D'Agostino, 30 Gardner's Bay Drive, in Shelter Island, and I'm directly across from the club. In fact, my property at one time was part of the course. I'm listening very carefully, and Sabetta's doing a great job. However, there's some very basic questions that I have. I raised secret last time, and he poo-pooed that. You are going to have to make a secret determination. You are going to have to make the secret determination, not your expert, not Mr. Bennett. You are, after getting whatever you need for that determination. It's not rocket science. Segmentation is a concern. I'm even confused. If the system is so efficient, why are we going from 6 to 12 million gallons?
We're not.
That's what I'm asking.
You haven't been listening. No, seriously.
Okay, stop.
I've been listening so well at which appeared to be a little bit of a tap dance.
No.
In 30 days, we can come back. In 45 days, what do you think that means? What do you think that means? Well, let me finish. There is no more important issue on this island other than water. When I asked the question about the possibility of saltwater intrusion, and I'm right on the water, and the club is right behind me, I was told unlikely. What does that mean? Unlikely? What happens if it does happen? What happens if Mr. Ruby is right or he's wrong, but there is saltwater intrusion? I'm not saying that this should be turned down. I'm saying that when I hear a tap dance, what I would liken to three-card Monte, to sell this thing to you, I'm more than confused. I was so confused, I didn't know what they were doing with the 12 million. But now I know. In 30 to 45 days, they can come back with it. Think about that. Take all the time you need. And I'm not saying I'm against it, but this procedural three-card Monte that I'm listening to, we're exempt, we have a right. What do you think this reporter is here for? You're going to get sued. That's why. Of course, you all know that, right? Council knows it for sure. I know it. He made a statement to the reporter. Did you get that? One comment that one of the councilmen made. You are the protectors of the environment on this island. I don't know whether the DEC will be a demand to be the lead agency or you'll demand to be the lead agency, but you have got to take a good, hard look. Have your council look at the cases. They go back to the early 1980s. You may be very surprised. Most boards think you can hire an outside consultant to make the decision for you. You can't do that. You can't do that. I would suggest you ask your attorney for a report or a memo on lead agency, who makes the determinations, how they're made. But this is it.
Just ask them not to yell.
What?
If you could just not yell and just bring it down.
I'm a little hard of hearing, I'm sorry. But again, disabilities on this island are viewed elsewhere than in the state of New York. So, and I have a hard time hearing you.
Okay, I'll speak.
Okay. But this was a procedural tap dance. And I'm still not saying I'm opposed to it. But I want somebody to take a good hard look at it. And I don't want to hear it's unlikely that I will suffer saltwater intrusion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Jacobs, you had your hand up?
Just a few brief comments. The issue is not, we've never claimed the club is going over 6 million gallons. That's just a red herring. Several. The environmental issue involves chiefly saltwater intrusion and some other things that have been raised, but those aren't the only issues, contrary to what John Needham said. There is a threshold issue, and that is, do the rules apply to Gardner's Bay Country Club? And it's not that, I've made a claim or Mr. Ruby's made a claim. Mr. Ruby has presented evidence based in part upon the as-built plans that the club, in fact, has the ability to irrigate non-exempt areas. So I would just conclude by saying this notion that it's too late for an inspection. Well, the board in April said it wanted an inspection. And if the club is unwilling to have Mr. Ruby there, then it certainly seems reasonable for the board, as Councilman Dixon suggested, to find someone who is actually qualified to look at the piping, look at the plans, see not just what's being irrigated, but what the current irrigation system would allow. Thank you.
Dave Ruby?
I'm happy to present my data to the board. And I'll just briefly explain what I did.
Here, I'll hold it up for you.
Take rotor F2, this is hole 3. That is a code, how far the rotor can spray, and the color indicates the direction of spray. Yep, those codes are all on the as-built that I used, that the town filed. Anybody can go through the, I'll even give you the spreadsheets. Anybody can go through the same analysis. I use facts. What more can I say?
Thank you.
Can we leave that there? Because Mr. Howell wants to comment about that? Is it?
I really don't, but I will again. These two heads used to be one. These heads used to throw way more water and farther than these heads do. The code, which is very vague, by the way, this head that used to be right here used to throw 85 to 90 feet, maybe more with wind, which gets you outside of this line where all these heads are. This is clearly inside of what we are watering because your town code isn't in depth by saying greens rough, which it used to water way before 2003, then that's your problem. Fix the code. All these heads that are out here were inside getting hit by the old head. This head back in the day probably could hit the trees. That's how bad this system was. The club has spent way too much money to make this system efficient and effective. And for somebody to sit here and say, oh, the heads are better. They throw more precisely to areas that we want to target. The old system, if I put it back in, the head would be throwing water out here. And we don't even use these heads. The drone photos show that. So I don't know how much more I got to say on it.
I was just about to say, thank you, Madeline.
Last comment. So the club has admitted that even before 2003, that they're violating the town code by watering outside.
As of 2003, says the.
And they, before that.
As
they
of
were doing it.
2000.
You'd have to come up if you want to speak. Okay, so if we're back to the town board table, back to you, Gordon. In order to close this public hearing, what would you need?
I would like to see the full survey, not from this little sheet that we're working from.
Stamp survey.
I'm sorry?
The,
I think
the
a
survey
larger,
with,
more
The real,
the survey with the irrigation overlay. Okay. All right, so you wouldn't, you want,
Yes, and I guess that I will have to take that along with that drawing if it's available and have someone take it apart. Really evaluate it.
And along with Ben Howell's sworn affidavit as to what they're watering and how much they're watering. I think they all need to go together.
Yeah, no problem.
Because they all fit together.
all right, so then that's it.
Sorry?
That's it as far as requests. Okay, so we've got two things on the table then. The survey with the irrigation overlay, getting the final one, and then Albert's request to hire an expert to do a site visit. So let's start with that, because Albert, you're the only one at the moment who seems to want that. How do the rest of us feel about that?
I wouldn't necessarily say that. My wish would be to have someone really that.
I don't think there's should be any question how important this application is to Shelter Island. I mean, why would there be any questions? I don't know.
I don't think there is a question. We also had,
Ben, there sounds like there's a question coming from you.
it's late and we're over the same stuff again. And I spent literally last 2 weeks going over these documents, like nonstop.
Good.
I just don't know if we hire a consultant, like, we don't have a baseline. So that's why we've requested this survey with the irrigation overlay. So what are we comparing to? We're comparing to something that we just don't have to compare to.
I want to see a certified survey from someone. That's all, a certified
All right, so
survey.
that's,
of the
that's the
existing
second piece. So then I was going to go there
And
next.
then an inspection, I would like to do an inspection with an expert. Amber, do you know irrigation systems?
No, but I also, we've been talking to the building department when we asked them to go look at it. It just,
Yeah. I know.
they're going to give
This
us
is what I'm
something
at,
that's-
this is what,
but it's what's existing as of today. So if an expert goes and looks at what's existing as of today, which is what we're being given, because it didn't exist pre-2003,
Right.
then they're comparing against what
I
is.
want an inspection with an expert. You know, I'm not gonna
Mhm.
rationalize.
I'm just giving you my opinion. We all,
If you guys don't agree, or it doesn't agree, then say you don't agree, whatever.
I don't agree.
I don't think it's necessary.
Mhm.
It's irrigation, it's not rocket science. Like, you can go and you can see it, it's there. Like, when we took the tour, we literally went up and down each hole, and you could see what was irrigated and what is not irrigated. You can get up and walk around every tee. The new tees don't have irrigation. There are no heads. You can see that there are no heads. Like, it's irrigation. It's not rocket science. It's, the survey shows where the lines are. You could see and extrapolate from that where you could possibly put heads.
Meg, you're not talking to me.
No.
Because you're not
No, I'm
convincing
talking
me.
theoretically.
But, okay.
Theoretically, purely theoretical. So, I don't, no.
Right, so the other one is the survey. Do we adjourn until we receive the survey, or do we close with written correspondence being the survey request?
I think we can close with written correspondence being the survey request, but also not act till we get it.
Right.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Mm-hmm.
I think we've seen enough, and I've read enough.
I agree.
I agree.
Okay, so we'll make a motion.
And if there's a problem,
We can always
sorry,
reopen. Yeah,
we
no.
can always reopen
Yeah.
this hearing.
Yes, exactly.
So
Just
if we get a
did-
survey and it says there are 10,000 heads,
Mm-hmm.
then we can open the hearing again.
Yes. So we will close with, except for the written correspondence of receiving the survey with the irrigation.
Just to be clear, I believe the request that's being made is that the survey be large enough to be legible, because the small ones are really hard to read when we get them in the 11 by 17. Is that accurate? Yes.
Yes. But also, I want to drive home the point that the new staff survey showing all the heads together with Ben Howell's sworn affidavit about what they're watering and how many acres they're watering, together will make a new benchmark, because we have no standards from 2003. There's some aerial photos, and there's a lot of people said, oh yeah, back then they were watering over there. Okay. We need to have a new baseline that fits within the 6 million gallons that they're allowed to use, and that fits within the acreage they're allowed to water. And the survey, together with a sworn affidavit, kind of fits the bill.
Mhm.
And from there, we can go on. If 2 years from now, we find out that they're watering 25 acres, not 18 acres, then we have something to
Then we can
have a conversation with them back.
Then we have a hammer. Mhm.
Unfortunately, there are no standards set in 2003.
Yeah. All right, so I'll make a motion to close the hearing except for this written request. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Opposed.
Thank you for your patience.
All right, we still have three.
Still got 3 long ones.
So those of you who are not sticking around for Grady Riley, Chad Pike, or Titonis, please exit the room quietly and quickly. Get in the file.
Can you grab me a martini?
Thank you, guys. Sorry about that.
And I can.
Grady Riley next?
Yeah. Grady Riley is next. And then Pike, and then Titonis.
These are all an hour long.
Hopefully not. The last one, I think, requires a report from WMC.
And Titonis will be
My
here.
boat is at the dock. If anybody needs a ride across the water after the ferry stops running. My boat's not on the mooring, it's tied up at a dock.
John, yeah, I agree. Oh, yeah, very good.
Can I say for the record, that was not fun?
I'm making a martini though. Dirty, olives and a twist.
Yeah, slightly dirty, yeah, okay. Or Gibson if you have pickled onions. I'm gonna get fried for that.
Did you have to see the stamp too?
Feels like a mystery science theater, you know?
Ooh, yes, thanks.
There's mini bags in the big bag?
Little bags in the big bag.
Anyone?
All right, this meeting just got better.
Popcorn makes everything. I always joke I bring this to other people's meetings when they go sideways, well.
Hello, Jerry.
Hey, Ben, how are you?
Sorry.
You can talk.
Well, you showing pictures of your grandkids.
I'm supposed to babysit tonight.
Can you send that to me then?
Send the number?
Yeah.
And the guy's name?
Yes,
Yes,
please.
okay.
Okay. Who he is? I'm sorry, who he is? Who he is?
What snacks do you have in the clerk's office? What are you hiding from?
Candy, yeah, vanilla lemon cake.
Oh, lemon cake too? I want to work in the clerk's office.
Seriously, we're in the wrong job. They have better snacks. I think people like them better and bring them things.
That's true. People don't bring us treats.
You're making
You'll
the
make
ferry.
the vote. You won't try and.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Plenty of time. You might miss the 10 o'clock, but you'll get to 10:30.
Yeah, we are. That made me happier than circling quotes.
Oh, I had popcorn. Do you want popcorn?
So. I don't know, Tom, it's not going to add more to your list, but when you get a chance, maybe send me a note about, again, because it's my brain scrambled, about why the cistern can be filled, this one can be filled from the aquifer.
That was,
We should continue on
Yeah.
that's for later.
Yeah.
We could meet, you know. Yeah, I was gonna- also, I mean, that, we can do that in work session. Okay, we are reconvening the Grady Riley Gardens site plan application. I think that the open item that we had on this pertained to looking at the zoning issues. And then the applicant to submit a site plan showing the B and C zone, if B is measured from the center of the road, that was submitted on 9/9. I think we have correspondence saying that it should be measured from the edge of the road. And then the ZBA to submit a memo.
They asked to have an engineer certify the septic system.
Okay, that should get written down.
Didn't see any report on that. And submitted to the county health department. for review and a whole outline. Where's the well in relation to the septic system? And now we also hear that the septic system to the house is in the parking lot or something for Leon?
Yeah.
I'd want to have that sorted out somehow.
Also, wasn't there an issue as to screening to be put up for the neighbors?
Yeah, that would be something that we would request in
Yeah, okay.
the resolution. Okay, I don't know if the applicant wants to or start with the zoning issues. Maybe Thomas, if you can summarize for us.
The building inspector submitted a letter regarding the zoning, basically because it's B zone for 250 feet, 250 feet south of West Neck Road and on the east side of North Menantic for 250 feet. Whether the part of the lot was considered C-zone. He looked at the town code. It's unclear. At some points it uses at some points in the zoning code it uses measured from the center line, and some points it says from the side of the road. So just reading the plain language of the code, he determined that the 250 feet is measured from the side of the road on both West Neck Road and North Menantic, and as depicted on a site plan, that would mean that it looks like the entirety of the subject property would be B zone.
The entirety?
Yep. There's a small sliver of the neighbor to the east that would be C zone.
So that answers that open question then.
Was there some sort of variance granted for the septic before? Okay. Not sure how we deal with that.
Well, nothing in this application triggers it being sent to the health department for septic.
Oh, okay.
There's no, in Joe's letter, he wrote us a thing.
Yeah.
It says, based on the discussions and upon review of the submitted application materials, I confirm that the project does not propose any change to the existing sanitary septic flow, the drinking water distribution system, nor the distribution of water to the public. Therefore, under current Suffolk County Sanitary Code requirements, referral to the Department of Health Services is not required at this time. So that was from Joe. And
He hadn't even seen the system. He didn't know what the system consisted of at that time.
He does go on to say that, given that the wastewater system, it predates the current sanitary standards, but at the same time, there's nothing that forces them to go to the health department. So it's just, yeah.
Okay.
Now, Albert, you were asking that this be sent to the health department. I don't know enough about the health department's workings to know whether or not if we push it to the health department, would they even pick it up?
Yeah, I mean, we did with the library application. We went to the health department. Most of the site plan review.
Oh,
That was a change in flow, wasn't it?
Well, the library had to go to the health department.
Yeah, okay.
That was a huge expansion.
Yeah, that wasn't us.
That's not
The
this.
system is deficient.
And both Joe, the town engineer, and Matt.
Your name?
Name for the record, yes.
Jerry Siller. Matt Sherman and Joe Fedora both went to the county, and county said they had no say in the matter, period.
Jurisdiction.
Okay, I'd like to see documentation, not just.
So you're calling the town attorney, the town engineer a liar?
Nah.
He has it in writing, Meg has it in writing.
If that's their decision, I'd just like to see it, that's all.
Show it to them. You should have gotten it, Albert, passed around, it was a town document.
Albert, what you're asking for is something from the county, right? Is that what you're asking for? A document from the county saying we don't need to look at this?
Letter of non-jurisdiction.
Yeah, it wouldn't even be that. It would literally be an email from one of the inspectors saying, we don't need to see this, it doesn't trigger any concerns for us.
Okay.
Is really what you'd be looking for. You'd probably get an email. I just write good notes here.
Yeah, I never saw it, but doesn't mean anything.
No, yeah, I mean, I just saw the email from Joe, not from the county.
Right, exactly. I just found it too when I was looking.
I mean, they looked at the septic, they pumped it out. Matt said that, they pumped it out, looked at it, and he said it's not sufficient. It's not complete. So I would like to see the WWM 084 filed with the county health department.
This is very specific.
Well, no,
What is
the
this you're asking?
084 is what, an abandonment certificate?
WM,
You're
give
not-
me it again. I've never heard of this before, but this is.
WWM 084.
Well, you're not.
It's an attestation form from the engineer. That's all. It goes to the county.
And if that's not something that they will pick up, then, and it's some sort of.
The engineer is supposed to fill the form out. I requested that he fill it out and send a copy to the county. They either review it or don't, and there's no issue.
It's not the right form.
Yeah, I just found Joe's email. It was dated July 29th. For the whole town board and read Karen. It says he's conferred with reps from Suffolk County Health.
Yeah, referral to the Department of Health Services not required at this time. Best practice, the existing sanitary system be evaluated and certified by a New York State licensed professional engineer as functional and suitable for the existing and proposed use.
Has that been done too?
You're asking for 072, the certification of existing sanitary and wastewater supply for single
All right, I
family
know.
residents. But you can't, WWM 072. It's in English. Certification of existing sanitary and water supply for single family residents. But you're not going to get that if it's a non-conforming system. So, and there's,
Go ahead, sorry.
no, I was just gonna say, you know, you're asking for something that can't be issued. You want the one that's for, yeah, it's,
Joe clearly recommends that, was the system ever looked at by a licensed engineer, whatever does he say?
yeah,
State licensed professional engineer as functional and suitable for the existing and proposed use. That's what Joe Fenora has recommended.
yeah, Matt looked at it.
I don't know. The last meeting, Matt Sherman, I requested the inspection. He testified that they looked at the system and it's insufficient. It wasn't really installed correctly, incomplete.
That's what he said.
What?
That's what Matt Sherman said?
That's not what he's saying.
Well, it predates the health department regulations.
I don't think that's what we're trying, because what Joe's recommending is that a licensed engineer looks at it to certify that it's functional and suitable for the existing and proposed use. That's pretty specific. I assume that happened. Even though he goes on to say that that's not required, but it's consistent with best practices.
Is that wrong to ask for best practices, Ben?
No, I'm just trying to figure out what happened here. And this is Joe's letter to the board, July 29th. He says Suffolk County kind of is out. Best practices are to have an engineer look at it and say that it's sufficient for the intended use.
I don't think Matt sent us any.
Why don't we cut to the chase here? What is it you want? Best practices, that's not the law. Just as John Bennett tried to explain to you, the law is the law. Best practices is a nice thing to do. We don't have to do it. The system is adequate. Does it have a septic? No. Does it predate it? Yes.
Question, what is the effective date?
Of what?
Effective date of what?
Of the
Come up to the podium and state your name.
Board of Health regulations.
Please come up to the podium and state your name for the record, please.
Again, for Elaine Sarzi, the adjacent neighbor, my name is Albert A. D'Agostino. My office address is 107 South Central Avenue, Valley Stream, New York, 11580. The reason that I asked what might seem to be an irrelevant question as to the date, you're dealing with a non-conforming parcel. Non-conforming in many respects, if you take a look at the B zone. On a B zone parcel, which is supposed to be 40,000 square feet, this is considerably less than that. The residence on that parcel can only be a one family. Now, there was some testimony at the last meeting that the house has always been a two-family house. That came from the applicant, what's known as a self-serving declaration. Going through the building department file, with regard to the house, there are notations in the file that the information regarding the usage came directly from the owner. There was no outside affidavit requested, there was no confirmation requested. However, and then I mentioned last time that I went to the tax office, the assessor's office, and they didn't have any documentation prior to 1999 on anything. My client, at my request, went to the county tax office, and I'd like to submit 2 assessment sheets, which are entitled New York Real Estate Changes.
Can I just pause?
One of them,
Mr. D'Agostino, can I just pause you for a second? We were like on the topic of septic, so
but it all ties in.
I'm just trying to understand how this.
If I can complete my statement, you'll see how it all ties in.
Okay, just checking.
What is non-conforming and what is not non-conforming? We know that the lot area is non-conforming. We know that the septic system is unusual, to say the least, because it's on an adjacent lot. Is that or is that non-conforming? The non-conformity is determined by the usage of the property. Now, if you change a non-conforming use, 2 things happen. One, it is no longer non-conforming and you have to get the zoning relief. But secondly, the non-conformities in terms of all of the municipal approvals that may not have been required are now required. Now, the only thing that would make this property conforming for the addition of the business to the residence that's there is if the residence was either a one-family or it had been a two-family going back prior to October of 1959. The only indication in the file as to the two-family status was when the building permit was issued back, I think it was in the 80s, that there's a statement that the information came from the applicant. There was no confirming affidavit from any third party, which is usually what's done in most jurisdictions. As I said, I couldn't get the tax information from your assessor's office. The county assessment department indicates that as of 1994, this was a simplex. A simplex is a single-family residence. In 1995, it became a duplex. That means that there was a change in the use of the residence subsequent to October of 1959. That means that either that house has to be turned back to a one-family to be in compliance with the zoning if you were to address all of the other non-conformities, such as lot area, etc. And I'd like to hand this up so that it's a two-page document with the dates and the references to the usage that I have just stated. So in your standard of review for site plan, you've got to go through all of the requirements, I think there are about 20 of them, and address them. But first and foremost, you have to address whether this is a non-conforming parcel, pre-existing, prior to October 19th. I hope I'm not speaking too loudly. As I said, I have a little bit of a hearing problem.
You know that you're better now.
October 19th of 1959. And that document, which is on file in Riverhead, and you have nothing corresponding to it in Shelter Island because your assessment records don't start until 1999, strangely enough. It is no longer a non-conforming parcel. Now, I understand, and I never really found out actually. Did the zoning board ever issue an opinion?
Yes.
They did? Can I see the opinion? Because the last I heard, and I've been submitting FOIL, it was not provided to me. And my objections that I raised in the last meeting still stand. And I did take a look at the notices that meeting when I was not allowed to speak. And there were hearings listed. It said discussion, nothing on that said work session. I'd like to point out that there was some litigation back in 2011 or so, JBS Properties versus the Zoning Board of Appeals of the town of Shelter Island. And I'll just quote one paragraph. And the plaintiff, the objectant, prevailed against the town. The United States, and this is quoting the decision, the United States Supreme Court has consistently determined that the right to be heard is fundamental to the system of justice. Cites two cases. Furthermore, the United States Supreme Court has established a procedural due process in the context of an agency. Determination requires that the agency provide an opportunity to be heard in a meaningful manner at a meaningful time, also citing case law. And they said this was against the Zoning Board of Appeals, and the petitioner JBS Property prevailed. Then I got a letter today, not from the zoning board, but it was submitted to me from the chief building inspector. It's undated, and I've got lots of questions. Basically, even though there is, well, let's go back to the zoning code. which to say the least is confusing. Which zones run to the center line of the road? Which zones run to the edge of the road? Now, the chief building official, along with your town attorney, I guess the gentleman who was present, and the ZBA chairman have pointed out that if you follow the language of the code, it reads both sides of West Neck Road, which seems to contradict the interpretation. So now we have an opinion from the zoning board, which I was never heard on. And is there something else other than this letter that was generated today? I assume today.
Don't know what you're holding up.
This is the undated letter from the chief building official to the board.
Yeah. Okay, so we have that.
We had that.
Is that what you refer to as coming from the zoning board?
No, we received an email from Phil Diorio, which I just sent to Amber and she can print you a copy.
Just came in?
It came in on the 17th.
I don't have that email. Can I see a copy of it?
I'm going to print it for you right now.
I'm going to point out something else which is unusual. The zoning board of appeals, one of the things that I did foil were the terms of the board members and any evidence that any of them had taken the mandated course requirements that are set forth in the town law, which says that if they did not take them, they could not be reappointed. And there's no record of any of them having taken those courses for the last 6 years. They were mandated to take 4 hours a year. My next question is whether reported. Question with regard to whatever you got, and I'd like to see it before the end of the hearing tonight, from Phil Diorio. Is that his opinion? Is that the opinion of the board? Did they vote on it? Under New York state law, a board can only act as a corporate body, and there has to be a vote. And I was deprived of the right to speak, and I suggest that the town attorney take a look at the matter of JBS Properties, Inc. versus the Zoning Board of Appeals of the town of Shelter Island et al. It's Supreme Court, Suffolk County, case number 10246 of 2011. And somebody mentioned the appearance of 3 people who couldn't be at an inspection on a prior application, could have an appearance of impropriety. The first night that I was there, that I was literally shouted down by the chairman. The second night. First night, they adjourned and all went out for drinks. Somebody made a comment about the optics. And if they did deliberate on it, I'd like to see the transcript, the minutes, or the video. Or is this just Mr. Diorio's opinion? And if he didn't take those courses, in the last 6 years, he wasn't eligible to be reappointed. What you have there is, I don't know, other than a mess. Now, let's see what we have here. This is Wednesday, 9/17. I never saw this. To the town board, the ZBA has reviewed the site plan review application for GR Gardens at your request. The zoning code states, the stated purpose of the B district, as per section 133-8A of the code is to provide areas of mixed business uses. That's true. It says a lot of other things. It says that you can only have a one-family house. It says that you need 40,000 square feet. And this application fails woefully on many of the additional requirements. So I'll go back to the fact that you've got a 2-family house there, which was a 1-family house in the mid-90s. And this is not a legal pre-existing non-conforming parcel. They would need variances in all respects including a use variance, which is extremely difficult to prove. So and based upon that, I would respectfully request that would you like me to read the section into the record regarding the zoning board members?
No.
I think I should.
Are you going to be slandering them?
Huh?
Are you going to be slandering them?
Well, the thing is, they're required.
Wait up. Come on, what are you slandering? You're in government.
I'm just.
And just like we can't mention the name of the former town attorney. Who got a big bonus to leave.
I try and not let individual people get attacked personally.
I'm going to quote the law. Am I slandering the legislature? You people are supposed to be following it. You're not. New York Town Law, Section 267, Zoning Board of Appeals. Subsection 7A. Each member of the Board of Appeals shall complete at a minimum 4 hours of training each year designed to enable such members to more effectively carry out their duties. Training received by a member in excess of 4 hours can be carried over. To be eligible for reappointment to such boards, such member shall have completed the training promoted by the town pursuant to this subdivision. Looking at who was reappointed and who was new, I think Mr. Graffiano is okay until he has to be reappointed. But none of the others could be reappointed by this board. That's the law. I assume that your former town attorney told you that.
They do take training. They do have training.
Yeah, I was going to say.
They do go and they get it
liaisons,
at, yeah.
There's no proof of it. It's supposed to be filed.
No, it doesn't have to be filed.
It does have to be filed. It does. I give the training and I've been on boards. If they have the training, I stand corrected. Now I want to see the resolution because Mr. DiOrio can't have an opinion without the rest of the board.
Okay, but the ruling.
And I'm sorry if I mentioned
The ruling
names.
is from the
Chairman.
building department.
Huh?
The building inspector is the one who is making the ruling on.
No.
the
Okay, now let's go to that one. The code is not consistent and specifically cites the center of the road in some places. Now, somehow, he came up with the conclusion that he has to enforce the least restrictive interpretation. I think he has to enforce what the law says. Now, if you want to change that, what this does, this changes the Shelter Island Town zoning map, and it changes the areas that are set forth in that convoluted description that you have to be here 80 years to know whose property now or is formerly. But again, as I said, I fortunately know. That, I believe, has to go to the County Planning Commission under General Municipal Law, Section 239M, and the failure to do that is a jurisdictional defect. So if you want to go through that whole process, they'll have a hearing over there, and we'll deal with it there. But it plainly says center line in some areas and adjacent. Now, I gather that nobody understands the significance of that. If it goes to the center line, then it's usually based upon the fact that the roadbed, and I did testify to this or present this last time, the roadbed is likely owned by the adjacent property owners, which often happens. That the road is part of the highway system, but it's on private property. If it's on private property, subject to a general easement to the public, then zoning applies. So this is just a willy-nilly, let's interpret it this way, and I respectfully disagree with Reed in that regard. And the parcel, northernmost parcel, which is part of the subject lot, part of the less than 40,000 square feet, was something that was acquired by my client from Mrs. Starzy in the chain, from Mrs. Wellingford in the chain of title. And the deed says that it should be merged into one lot, and the merger provision would indicate that it could be argued that the whole lot is city residence. But for the record, had I gotten that letter from that apparently emanated from the chairman of the zoning board, I would have responded to it. I'm responding to it now. And if there are any records of the training, I'd love to see them, because then I stand corrected. I will admit that I stand corrected, but I haven't seen them yet, after 6 years. Thank you very much.
Start off with, I know for a fact that every year members of the zoning board go to the Association of Towns for training. We send members each year for the recurring training. Second, I'm very aware of the 2011 case against the town, a case against the town, and it had to do with the zoning board hearing, not a work session. That's apples and oranges, that's a big difference.
If this was a work session.
No,
You have to.
yours was a work session.
No, it wasn't.
One person at a time.
Yours was a work session.
Comments to us, Jerry.
Mr. D'Agostino's attempt to speak was at a work session. The legal interpretation against the town was at a zoning board hearing. That's a big difference. Okay. I'm gonna read your letter. This letter is submitted as a supplement to our application and follow up on the public hearing on September 8, 2025. Zoning. We maintain our strong belief that the zoning parcel lies entirely within the B business zone. Furthermore, both the zoning board and the senior building inspector confirmed the zoning. We urge the town board to carefully consider the broader implications of adopting Mr. D'Agostino's interpretation. Even a cursory review of the town zoning map demonstrates that the precedent would affect a significant number of properties currently recognized as within the B business zones. Septic. We acknowledge the pre-existing septic system. However, the proposed use has no impact on this system. Nothing in our application triggers review by Suffolk County Department of Health Services, nor is there any connection between our proposed use and the requirement for a septic upgrade. Such a requirement would be more appropriately arise in connection with renovations to the two-family dwelling on the lot. Appraisal. Mr. D'Agostino has repeatedly asserted that Mrs. Starzy's property would lose $500,000 in value, but the copy of the appraisal provided is essentially illegible, leaving the board with more than his unsubstantiated claim. By contrast, the same business on a larger scale operated just a few feet for 15 years directly adjoining Ms. Starzy's lot without such alleged consequences. We also encourage the board to consider the current conditions of 80 North Menantic Road, a half-burned deteriorating structure with the former nursery site replaced by rubble and heavy machinery. It is difficult to reconcile claims of devaluation from our modest operation with the far more obvious negative impacts of that neighboring property. Conclusion. We are disappointed that this process has become unduly prolonged, burdensome, and personal. We share Mr. D'Agostino's review that the focus has shifted from the what to the who. What is before the board is, in fact, a straightforward and benign application by a legitimate business to operate within the Business B zone, this very zone intended for business use. We kindly ask the board that the hearing is closed today and move forward with the approvals.
Clearly, that letter was partially in response to the letter from the chief building official as far as the zoning. I still maintain that is in error. And it references a two-family house, and you have a copy of the documentation received from the County of Suffolk showing that before think it was 1995 or 1994, it was a one-family house. And it therefore was no longer a legal, non-conforming use on that property. And either the house has to go back to a one-family for that to occur, or your site plan review must take into consideration all of the other issues that are set forth and mandated in your review, including the parking, handicapped access, which somebody commented last time doesn't apply in Shelter Island, but that's manifestly not true. There is a basement use in the cornucopia, which probably violates state fire code, unless there are multiple avenues of escape. The material that is being stored outside appears to include fertilizer. There's no letter that I've seen from the fire chief, so I'm told somebody who was on some board who happens to be a fireman said the deal looks okay. This is an effort to put, as I said, 50 pounds of stuff in a 5-pound bag, and the conclusions are wrong. You're not obligated to follow those conclusions, but they're clearly and manifestly wrong. And it's kind of interesting that that letter came out pretty quickly today, and somebody communicated something today. But I do not believe that this parcel passes muster. And in addition, I had asked for a copy of a lease a long time ago, or if there is a lease, and what right Mr. Siller has to bring this application on this property. He's a joint applicant. I recognize that Florence Moore is the owner through an LLC. But is it just something that we're going to get a zoning approval for and flip and sell at somebody's benefit, or you're going to be left with the issue? A site plan approval, zoning changes are critical because, one, they create value. Two, they may very well affect adjacent properties, and my client's affected. And with regard to the appraisal, I stand corrected. It is less, I mentioned the number last time, which was wrong. I think it's about $65,000, but there is a diminution in value, and it's clearly set forth in your reference.
Just one at a
I
time.
misspoke.
You sure did.
I misspoke.
Jerry.
And I'm admitting it.
Okay, both of you stop.
I'm admitting it.
Mr. D'Agostino, you're addressing the board. Jerry, please don't interrupt.
He's speaking to me.
I know, I just asked him not to interrupt and asking you to please direct your comments to the board.
So, and there's no way, go through it the way you should go through it. Follow the law, check off the boxes, see if the two-family house is legal there. The water and sewage is the strangest thing that I've seen in a long time in a semi-rural area like Shelter Island, where you've got to have, you're drawing your water and your septic is through an easement on somebody else's property. Based on that, I would rest my opposition. Thank you.
Is there anyone who has, well, is there anyone who hasn't spoken yet before who wishes to speak? And just with a new perspective. Well, there's also Pam online. All right, Pam?
Yes, I just have a quick question, since this is B zone and maybe partially in C zone. With the septic, would this have to be approved as a commercial septic system, since there's a business operating out of there and now another business is trying to operate out of there under need. I just have that question that I think the town board should try to investigate a little further, because I do recall Matt Sherman saying that this did need to go to Suffolk County Department of Health for review, that to make sure that what the septic is there is adequate for what it's being used for. So I would just request that the board look into that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, Helene.
Hello, Lane Starsy, 23D West Neck Road. I know this started back in December, so this is a long time coming. And the paperwork, I guess, went in May, around Memorial Day. And it's still going on. But also the merging of the two lots from Mrs. Wallingford's piece that she sold to Florence. And it says in the 133-22, the merger of non-conforming lots. When a lot is voluntarily merged with another lot with a non-conforming use, the non-conforming use may not be shifted shifted or expanded to merge the lot. And the back part is where the merge was. So, I mean, it's just non-conforming with a conforming piece, which doesn't take on the whole size of the lot there. But that was it.
Thank you. There's no one else from the public. Back to the board. What do we need in order to consider closing this? So Albert, you had brought up the certification. Is there anything else? Have the zoning issues, this B and C, the ZBA memo, the engineer to certify the system.
Business operating next to residents or screening issues.
Mm-hmm. So is that something you'd want the applicant to present a screening plan?
I think that's the least we should, for the neighbors next door.
Okay, yeah. I mean, because we can impose it or we can ask them to present something.
Or we can impose it as well.
Mm-hmm.
What's more efficient? I mean, it is a landscaping business. They would know more.
Can I remind Councilman Diet that Jack Philbrook bought the house adjacent to Danny Calabro's property at the same time as Stasi bought hers. He planted a 2-foot trivet that is now 40 feet tall, anticipating being next to business property. She had the same opportunity and she chose not to do it. So to have her expect the business property 25 years later to put up 20-foot screen is kind of ludicrous. I'll put up a 2-foot trivet, it'll grow 40 feet, 20 years. But put up a screen, sure.
If I may, there is a large grading difference between my client's property. She's got a pool, it's landscaped, and she's got her pool fence, and then there's a drop. And in that drop, there are, I believe, at one point, I saw 50 or 100-pound bags piled up, whatever was in them. So in terms of screening, I'm mildly bemused by the response that the landscaping next door neighbor has come up with. But if you put 2-foot trivets, and I'm not saying my client's in favor of this, and against the wall, it doesn't do anything.
I have to put 40-foot.
Please.
Good point.
Anything else?
Laura, about the issue of is this correct? The comment of it should be if it's a commercial business or commercial area, is a commercial septic system?
I think we just take it to the health department and have them write a response letter is what we need. Yeah, I think
And that would answer the question.
that's what I was gonna say. If we kick it, that's part of the kicking it to
So
them.
we don't know.
Correct. So we'll kick it to health department. And they'll write a letter in response.
I did these today, and this is what I see from my property line. I mean, sure. And when I moved in, there was nothing there to block. When I moved in, there was nothing there to block. You know, Jack moved in and the building was there. He wanted his privacy. I would have thought that he would have put something right there.
Show it to the town.
Okay.
I won't.
Especially when there's people walking around in there. I didn't even use my pool this year.
Is screening something that you would want?
It's like an amphitheater. I'm up on the top and they're down on the bottom.
It's gonna be hard to screen
Oh, I know.
uphill, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's,
It doesn't help.
yeah.
But as far as like natural features, I'm just looking at the standards of review.
You have to address the legality of the use.
Excuse me, I'm speaking.
Okay.
Landscaping and screening is one of our standards of review. So all required service, storage, and similar areas are appropriately screened from view and to provide a noise buffer. So that is part of why we have site plan review.
If this would have gotten addressed in the very beginning, we wouldn't have to keep on going on. I mean, this should have been shut down from the very beginning. I mean, it's not fair that it keeps on going on and, you know, we have to find out why it's going on. Why do we have to keep on coming back when everything was done not in the right order?
If I may, I think what my client's referring to, if you take a look at the town code on site plan approval, and what's got to be done, we are now some either 10 months beyond when the business started operating, and there's a clear statement in the code that says that the business shall not operate, or the site without prior approvals. But again, you still have to address the nonconformity and the violations of the zoning.
Okay, so we're sending to the health department so we can get a sign off on that.
Morris Moore,
Yeah.
127 West Camp Road. Let's see, Helene, I did speak with Helene, I mentioned that before, and if she had any concerns, she should come to me. I would have worked with her. We would have been, I was really a good neighbor to her. She's talking about the view from her property, but if you go to stand between the funeral home and Eagle Deli, you could see right up her pool, right, even more so than with our property, with the nursery. And people coming to the nursery, they're not looking at her pool, doesn't keep the live plants. They're just there. And I think that's it, right, Jerry? Thank you.
So getting back to screening, do we want to have the applicant present something for screening? Or is that just something we would put in
Apparently,
the condition?
applicant's not cooperating, so I think we have to have it as a condition now rather than take a suggestion.
I mean, the planning board even said it doesn't make sense to do screening because of the change in elevation.
Mhm.
It's, you know, whatever you put up, it's just as high as the hill, it's not gonna go beyond to the house, you know what I mean? Yeah, the elevation change is pretty significant. So we have to look
I haven't
at
been
it.
there,
Yeah,
let me look.
we look at it, it'd be hard to create effective screening.
What could work? Answer could be nothing.
It kind of feels like nothing. When you go and look at it, you'll see there's such a large grade change, it's hard to
Okay.
Yeah, it would be hard to work with.
Say something else, Florence, okay. I believe that Helene and, Michael England put up the building, the storage building, that her husband, planted Russian olives. And now they're all cut down, so the Russian olives were screening the property, and now the hill is all cut down and mowed, so just have to.
Yes, Lawrence did tell me in December about Jerry moving in the IG parking lot. And as far as the Russian olive, he planted that for the pool privacy before Mike even put the building up. But then when he left, I had it all cut down because I got alpha-gal from having cut the whole thing. Plus it had pollen and it was nasty, the Russian olives. But I mean, just because I had it there before doesn't mean that I couldn't take it down. I don't understand, what that has to do. You can't, it's different when people are standing on the other side of the property and the fence is right on the property line, or maybe a foot off the property line. And there's just, everything is right there. It's not, the Russian olives wouldn't have screened that either. It would have screened the corner because it's actually an L that you could see right through. And anybody could come up and see. I mean, you can come up and see it from my view. I've offered, to come on up. And, so you can really get the perspective of what it's like, from my living room, from my dining room, from my deck. So, thank you.
Residential property adjacent to business.
Non-conforming business property.
Business property.
Non-conforming.
All right, okay, we've heard. Yes.
Our property has always been me, my family, myself, business property. I have always known it as a B-zone business. And I ran it as a B-zone business. So not conforming, and and a lot of the, I guess, zoning codes and everything were different way back when. And when everything I've done, with the building department, I've always gotten this certificate of occupancy score. And I just want to say that, so non-conforming, I mean, this is telling me that I have to now, it's two apartment buildings, not primary residence, that I have to make it one family. I mean, so B-zone, I believe it's B-zone. I've always felt it's a B-zone.
I did see Catherine Klonowicz. I didn't see a hand raised, but I saw you unmute. Did you want to speak or?
Yes, please.
Okay. Go ahead. If you could state your name for the record.
I'm Catherine Klonowicz, and I wanted to discuss Helene Starzy's property value. She's had a loss of over $500,000, and
We've already said that's a mistake.
That was correct.
Yes, Mr. D'Agostino corrected it as 65,000.
oh,
Just-
okay.
Just for the record.
Time has passed, and I believe that number is higher. And I also want to make it clear that there are several people that have spoken on Jerry Siller's behalf, but they all benefit financially from Jerry Siller's business. They are either Jerry Siller himself or staff members. And Helene Starzy has endured a great deal of nonsense for 10 months. And today's her birthday, by the way. And
Your birthday.
yes. And I was actually texting her and I said, I don't know if I could endure listening to 3 hours of septic tanks and cisterns and 6 million gallons of water at Gardeners Bay Country Club, but because she's such a dear friend, I did. Anyway, I think one of the biggest issues here is that I don't think if I started a business on Shelter Island, I would be allowed to pursue this business for over 10 months without a site plan review. And for some reason, this business is just continuing, and we're moving into the fall, we're moving into pumpkin time, and pretty soon they'll be selling Christmas trees, and then they'll be getting ready for next season. And the question that I'd like to put to the board is, if I started a garden center next to your property, so my garden center was aligned right on your property line, and you had to endure mulch, fertilizer, rodents, irrigation, flowers, carts, customers, cars, delivery trucks, sometimes 18-wheelers, noise, ridiculous optics, pallets, garbage. Would you put up with it for 10 months? And I want you to really consider that, because Jerry Siller is not anything special. He is not above the law. He feels that rules do not apply to him. And that's complete nonsense. Rules apply to everyone. Legislation exists for a reason, to protect everyone on Shelter Island. And Jerry Siller, some of his arguments have been so absurd. He said, why doesn't she like all the flowers? And it's just one person. And my message to him is, all it takes is one person. And it's not the flowers that she's concerned with. It's the mixture of the water and the fertilizer and the rodents that are, and the fertilizer water that's soaking into her property. And no one should have to endure that. She's paid for appraisals. She's paying for counsel. This is her time. This is her energy. And I'm a fierce property rights person. Property, it's one of your largest assets. And she is just trying to protect that asset. She's not trying to hurt Florence. She's not trying to create enemies. She's not trying to be a bad neighbor. And she's endured a lot of abuse, a lot of insults, when Jerry Siller is clearly in the wrong. Clearly. There is still no on-site plan review that has been approved. It has not been approved. That is a fact. And rules do apply to him. Yes, he was a previous supervisor. That does not make him above the law.
Thank you.
I'll speak one more time. Catherine said we benefit financially. You know who's benefiting financially is Mary Lou Lightcorn. She turned 90 years old this couple weeks ago, and without Jerry, she will close. And it would affect a lot of people who do knitting and artwork and making pillows. So she will be out of business if it wasn't for Jerry. And rodents, flowers don't bring rodents. Rodents are caused by delis, by restaurants. That's where the rodents. I have the rodent place, the East End Pest Control come every winter, all winter, because of the rodents. Not from the business. And I've been doing that for like 3 years, 2 years. So it wasn't just now that the rodents. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, town board, what do we want to do?
We'll go to bed.
I'd like to, can we
Adjourn,
close it, leave
for
open
until the health department gets back to us. What do
It's
people
fine by
think?
me.
Thoughts?
You want to adjourn?
I'm asking the question, do we adjourn, do we
I'm
close?
asking you.
We're definitely not going to close, it's either going to be adjourn or close until we hear back from the health department.
So the thing we're looking for is some input from the health department on the
Yes.
septic system.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we can either adjourn or we can close subject to that.
I'd like to close subject to written correspondence from the health department. Because once we
What-
get that, it's just,
we're.
The zoning issues that were brought, oh, excuse me, Meg, go ahead. The zoning issues that were brought up, we don't, how we gonna,
I think at this point, we evaluate the objections that have been raised as well as the memo from the ZBA as well as the building inspector, and then in consultation with our attorney will come to a conclusion on what we at town board think. At some point, we have to take this back and review it and just make our determinations. What's you're leaning towards?
where you been?
I think we do need input from the health department. Sure about the other issues. But we can consult with Thomas on the other issues. I mean, a lot of the information just came in. The letter from the ZBA would be a good idea to review it with our council. And as far as adjourning or closing, we can do all this stuff either way, so. I'm not sure what. There's no real, doesn't matter which way we do it.
How long does it take to get information from the health department?
That we don't know.
So then maybe we should leave it open.
We should leave it open.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't really say close it, but if it's gonna take a long time,
I mean, a letter like that, you'll get in like a week or 2 weeks. It's not crazy to ask. It's not a full permit review or anything. It's a determination of whether or not we need to.
But what if they come back and say they do, then it's closed?
Then it's a condition on the.
Then it would be a condition on the permit.
You know, it's looking ahead.
You know, but I mean, but if Joe and Reed have already both spoken to the health department, it's just getting what they said in writing.
Again, if they come back.
Right, then it can be a condition of the permit.
Madam Supervisor, I'd just like to mention that if you close this today, you have a limited amount of time within which to make a determination. And I believe that your attorney is so advising. And if there is a delay getting it, you may be in a position of being forced to make a decision prematurely or by default, which I don't think anybody wants to see.
It's 30 days, right?
Thomas, do you concur? I was gonna say, Thomas, do you concur with that?
62 days, but if you leave it open for written comment, you know, to include the health department.
And the clock starts ticking from receiving it from the health department.
Yeah, whenever you know, 2 weeks or something to get the health department, you know, get the response from the health department. It's 62 days from the date that they close.
From the date that the written correspondence portion of the process.
Close, what do we think is a reasonable? Give the health department 3 weeks?
3 weeks?
Yes, that's it. So October 24th.
What exactly are you asking the health department?
For a certification on the septic system that it's adequate.
Well, it wouldn't be a certification that's
Well, what
adequate.
is the form?
The request for the health department would be, so, right. What Albert's asking for is a certification for a commercial sanitary system, which is not something that someone's gonna issue on a system that predates our health department regulations. So it's an unachievable request. So what we need is a letter from the health department explaining whether or not the septic system is, like an upgrade to the septic system is triggered by the application is what I would think. Because Otherwise, the request is unachievable. So it's a determination of whether or not there's a nexus between the request for site plan review and upgrading the septic system. And so the health department will determine if there is a nexus for that upgrade. Does that sound crazy?
No.
Thomas, do I sound crazy?
No, it's fine. I mean, Phil's
I mean,
letter says
that's
that.
right,
If you want to get something right from the
from the health department.
I mean, the engineer testified that it was an inadequate system.
Yeah, and he also gave us an email that he had talked to the health department.
Whatever their determination is, in conjunction with the water supply as well.
Yeah.
My understanding, that's very close to the septic, that's all.
Supervisor, that assumes, of course, that the non-conforming use has not been lost by what the county tax records show.
We will consider that when we can look at the whole zoning code.
Board of Health also checked where wells are.
That's not necessarily what they're going to be looking at.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
It's a well right 60 feet from it.
The well's 90 feet from the septic, from the cesspool.
So I was going to suggest we close this for, until on October 20th. In anticipation of getting a response from the health department. October 20th is also our next town board meeting. So if we haven't gotten that information, we could then reopen the public hearing.
I think it was, Catherine was gonna talk again.
Oh. And let me just get this answer from Thomas.
Yeah.
She says.
Renotice it every
Yes, exactly. But I'm just trying to, like if we've got this 62-day.
Well, we'd have 62 days from the 20th to then make that determination. So
Hopefully by
I think
then,
that's-
hopefully we'll, by the 20th, hopefully
hopefully
we'll have
sufficient
something.
time.
Yeah. Catherine?
Hi, my question is this business going to continue to stay open while you deliberate?
Yes.
What are the grounds for that?
I have my notes someplace. I can't quote the code section, but the building department is allowed to give conditional approval while undergoing site plan review. I didn't write down where I got that from, but I did look into it at some point.
I asked how come it wasn't stopped prior?
Don't have the answer to that. As I said, it's building department is allowed to give conditional approval.
Yeah, because I mean, it went through, and then by the time the paperwork came through, they gave the condition, but it was like past the time that he was supposed to get the paperwork in. I mean, it was like, it just kept on going so the business could build. Instead of stopping it before it got to the point where everything was there, it's like, okay, let me go, because it's already there.
Yeah, I mean, as long as we've had this with other applications for site plan review that, or ones that are going to be coming before us soon. And it's a situation where if someone is trying to come into compliance, they have been afforded that.
I mean, on the first sheet of the onsite, it says you can't start till you come to the onsite review, and it's not what happened.
Yeah. We have some others coming before us soon that
Sorry.
are undergoing the same thing. Okay, so make a motion to close, holding it open for health plan correspondence by October 20th.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Thank you.
The 20th, October 20th. So hopefully we'll have a response.
You have 62 days now.
Just 2 days from this,
Okay.
from October.
We have two more. People who are leaving, please leave quietly and quickly. We have the Pike dock application. I just want to like take a read of the room. Who is trying to catch a ferry off of the island?
right.
After having sat here for 5 hours. Okay, so we have 25 minutes to proceed through the agenda. Thoughts on like reconvening Pike to begin with? I know you've all sat here for a while.
I mean, John Armentano for the applicant. I don't think, I know brevity is the soul of wit, but I don't think I can be that brief. I do have some information. I know the public wants to be heard. And I know that we have our experts that want to be heard. We can start. I'm not sure of that benefit. I mean, we can definitely do that. I just want to reach out from the clients if we want to proceed. I know the public wants to be heard and we have the right of a reply. Do not think we'll get that covered in. And just also for the record, I know we've been here before with some heavy applications, just because this is going to be continued, we would really like to be first next time.
Yes.
Just so that could be.
Yes, actually having closed Gardner's Bay and Grady
What
Riley.
I typically do is I do it in order of applications received with each fair, but
Yes, yeah, no, I agree.
learned that we need
It's
to
a
move.
little bit why I've been pushing to get to some sort of resolution on some of these, because it has been creating 5.5-hour-long meetings. So I personally am willing to sit here as long as the public and the applicants require, but we do have people who do need to get off of the island, unless Stella holds a ferry open.
Yeah, I'm ready for you to get us.
And then I also, Teutonis, do we have anyone here for Teutonis? That one's
Still with waterways.
Okay, I was gonna say, we were going to have to adjourn, okay.
Yeah, that one gets adjourned.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, like, since we aren't getting there, okay.
So there's only one left.
So then it would
We
be
can
Pike.
start if you
So
want.
let me do this, and let me just flip the order for a second. Let's reconvene Teutonis. And we don't have the pending WMAC report, so I make a motion to adjourn that
Second.
until October 20th. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Don't you dare. Okay, all right, so now we will reconvene the Pike application. So you can get started, and then we'll just cut everybody at 11:30 and adjourn to,
Appreciate it.
sorry.
Good evening, Madam Chairman, members of the board. My name is John Armentano. We represent the applicant, the Chad Ruskin Pike Multiple Trust located at 6 Bluff Avenue. This is a continuation of a prior hearing, which was about a few months ago. At the adjournment of that hearing, there was a request for information regarding riparian rights. We have submitted that information. It has been shared with the board 2 weeks ago. It has also been sent to council. I can cover some of the high points because most of my information is on the law and on the papers. Again, as you may be aware, the riparian right of access is an access to navigable waters. The right to make such access practicable includes the right to build a pier or dock. In this case, that is the concept of wharfing out. I've cited the case law. There's case law from the Court of Appeals. It's Commander Oil. It's basically the law of the land. There's additional case law cited in our documentation. Oceanside Yacht Club, that again speaks to, from the riparian right springs the right to build a pier, dock, or wharf for the upland landowner to access the water. Again, municipalities can regulate that, but in terms of the regulations, again, New York Navigation Law, Section 46A2, and there has been a case decided on this very point, Carpe North versus the Village of North Haven, Suffolk Supreme. It cannot prohibit docks. That's the critical point here. And again, your code has been drafted in such a way that you have requirements for docks. And as we previously said, we meet those requirements. Your code was amended to allow for a new code for how docks are to be constructed. There's a criteria. That criteria is very similar, and I'd say identical to a special permit criteria. As the board is aware, and council as well, special permit is tantamount to the use being permitted as long as you meet the requirements of that code. We meet that code. In essence, we have the entitlement to a dock. The only mechanism to deny the dock would be failure to comply with its code section. And just in addition to other statements that were made on the record from prior public comment and prior public submission, there is I think, a misunderstanding of what is a riparian zone, and I'm just going to bring up. This is something cited in our documentation. And again, a riparian zone is an extension of your riparian rights. And typically on shorelines such as these, which are roughly linear, this is a north-south access. The state of New York, case law traditionally applies the perpendicular method, which is cited in the additional handout I presented to you today. And it talks about, it's in legal jargon, which is boring at this time of day or night. But essentially, if you look through the regulations, there is a depiction, and this is in the state law. This shows how a pier right extends perpendicular to the shoreline. So each property owner has a right of a perpendicular right. The riparian zone reaches out to reach down to the waters. That is an area within which you can build your dock. Your code in particular requires certain setbacks. We meet those setbacks, so we stay within the riparian zone. There was comments made by members of the public that somehow we will be interfering with their right of access. That is not correct. We are traveling straight, say, west along a perpendicular line. Neighboring property owners are not affected. And your code speaks to that very particular point, to keep things tight within the riparian boundaries. Your code section 53.8 sets forth several design and construction standards. My letter repeats how we meet each and every one of them. In order to be brief, again, we will have some of the members of my team speak to the issues of navigation. But in terms of many of your requirements, in particular, section 53.8B, like I said, we have to be 25 feet to the side. We meet that. Our length of dock is the required length. It is 100 feet. I do not want to bore you with the technical details. The document speaks for itself, although we can speak to these points. I've outlined them very clearly for you in that we are meeting all of the requirements of your dock code as it exists today. We are not proposing any type of boat lift. Again, we have, just for the record, we have the Sapin dock to our south. That is controlling precedent. There's Court of Appeals that speaks to precedent. Precedent is very clearly set by this board, having granted a very similar, if not identical, dock to what my client is looking to address. So there is the precedent that has been set. There has been opposition materials which we disagree with. Some of the cases cited are not from this jurisdiction, but from Indiana. In addition, the other references that were made is an incorrect calculation, and some of my experts will speak to that. We are more than 350 feet away from the yacht, the beach club's dock. There have been statements, maybe mismeasurements, up to the degree of 100 feet. We are clearly well beyond 100 feet. We are in excess of 300 feet. The comments that we have received from the public concerning public safety seem to concern themselves with swimming outside of their swimming zones. You know, again, we have our riparian right, they have a riparian right, they have a dock, we have a dock. What's fair is fair, and what is equal is equal. And again, this seems to smack of a case of NIMBYism. We have docks, there are many docks on this island. We don't want your dock. That is an incorrect way to approach this. We meet your code, we meet your new code. We will now speak to some of the issues, again, the idea of a mooring versus a fixed pier. We will speak to the issues of that as well. It's a much safer way to reach a dock because it's now a fixed structure instead of trying to, as many of you are, I'm sure, boaters, trying to grab a mooring pile or mooring buoy while you're under power is a much more dangerous. And if safety is a concern, the issue of a fixed dock gives you a landing place, you know where you're going, instead of grabbing for a mooring buoy. So that's really what I have to say. If there's any questions on the legal aspects, I'm happy to answer them. I'm sure you'd like to speak more to our technical experts.
Thank you for this. I appreciate the work. And this is what we asked for. We asked for some precedent. We're obviously going to need time to review this and discuss it with our council. So we're heading for an adjournment. The question is, do you want to do it right now or do you want to do it 10 minutes?
And we'll put these documents on the website too.
Yeah. I think, again, just if you'd indulge us, I know.
Happy to indulge you.
Thanks.
You waited long enough.
Very quickly, Kelly Rosado of Land Use Ecological Services. We also represent the applicant. I have the copies of just an exhibit that we prepared. Speaking about the sort of navigation and safety issues and how you access a mooring versus a dock. So this exhibit shows a couple of things. On the right-hand side, I think it's a great picture. Two aerials that are overlaid, they're superimposed on each other from July and September of 2023, showing the same vessel in two different directions based on tides, winds, time of day, whatever the case. But just showing how much the boat can swing. And it goes in a 360-degree arc daily, from my understanding. So we took that data and put it overlaid on the 2025 aerials where the moorings currently are. The red circles on the left are that same distance on the existing moorings. And then there's an orange circle that shows the adjacent neighbor to the north, that mooring and the vessel that's there and the swing that vessel has, just to show sort of the area of influence of the vessels that are in the moorings, whether it's how you access the mooring or just what the vessel's doing throughout the day. Then we had overlaid the proposed dock, which you've seen before in some other exhibits we submitted, and put a 20-foot buffer around it. Because the docks, when they're, the vessel, when it's approaching a dock, is going to do so within 20 feet of dock. So the gist of this exhibit is it's a lot tighter, it's a lot safer to come into the dock than to try to go into the moorings. And just to point out, speaking before about the distance, we did keep that distance measurement, this drawing is to scale to the southernmost groin, and you can see on the left image the roped swim area for the beach club, and it's over 350 feet away. So I'll let you digest that. I had also submitted a letter, John did, on September 16th, just kind of going into a little bit more about the site. It's in the record, so in the interest of time, I'm not going to go through it. I just want to make sure it was received.
It appears to be in here. It's the second.
Yes, it is. It's part of my submission and.
Yes. And really just the highlights, I guess, that John wants me to go on the highlights. It's all good. The dock is not going to impact any beach vegetation. We talked about this at the last hearing. The dock is proposed to extend just landward of mean high water, and there is a gap as it's shown on the site plan and that we saw on the beach of around 4 to 5 feet or so between where the dock will end and where the vegetation is. That's similar to what is in the Saban dock. There's some photos that are attached to that letter that kind of show how the public can basically keep walking down the beach, so there's no issue with public access. And then just some additional information about the vegetation. There is no submerged aquatic vegetation. I referenced in the letter 2014 and 2024 studies that were done that show there is some to the north, actually in the proximity of the beach club and on the other side of the ferry, but none in this area. Those are my highlights. Sorry, I'm going fast.
Sure, I'm not-
I want to get home.
I'm not sure I fully understand this.
Sorry?
I'm not sure I fully understand this picture. So the yellow ring is not your mooring, it's someone else's mooring?
Yeah, the orange ring, with the one that has the vessel shown on it,
Yeah,
that is the mooring for the neighbor adjacent to the north.
okay. And the two red ones?
Those are the moorings for this property.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the circles seem a little large, but okay. I'll
Well,
do
they
that.
seem a little large until you look at this one, and you see the boat is swing, I took it to where the boat swings. And so
So you pulled this, where did you get that?
this 2023 near map images, and then on the left is 2025 near map image. So,
Just to be clear, the 2023 near map image is actually picked up the vessel, so that's right, right?
yeah, no, it's two
That is an
areas
actual-
superimposed. One of them is transparent, 50% or so, so you can see both of them and see that the vessel goes in those two snapshots in time in two different directions. It goes in a full 360 if you go again throughout the day, depending on the winds, the tides, the currents, everything else.
But just for the board,
They tend to swing together, subject to draft and size, but in general, they tend to swing and, okay.
But I just want to be clear that this is a depiction that was taken from near maps, which is accurate to within 3 feet.
3 inches.
3 inches. This boat was picked up in these aerials, so this is not a representation, it's an actual aerial photo. I just want to be clear, because you had mentioned, just so there's an understanding, we didn't just make up the circle, this was actually pulled from the record.
Or if you try,
So
okay.
I think it's a depiction of how much space it
It
takes on
takes
the
up.
moorings versus the dock. With the
Right,
swing,
that's
more
exactly
space and swings on the mooring.
That's kind of a given, yeah, okay.
All right, Jack. And then I saw Jeff in the-
Yeah, Jack's like queuing up.
I feel like we're out of time.
Yeah, exactly.
That's your answer. And the question is, just the fact of the matter is, that the dock is gonna be a safer way for the client, for the owner to use the property. It is a little bit of open water out there, but the dock has worked out very well for the Sapan family. I did speak to Josh about this, and he said, I could quote him on that. The dock is well used, the boat is at the Sapan dock, and it's a much safer way than trying to access a mooring. And you can see by the diagram how much, actual impact the mooring does have as far as actually getting, closer to the beach club. It's just it's a better, safer way to access the water and to use its riparian rights. If there's any questions that you guys have for me, I'm still.
Not at the moment, at least for me. I've tried to read through
Like I said,
this.
this is one way we went through. A hearing was more submitting all that new stuff, but you can look at what we did last time.
I assume the return is optional
Oh, on the dock.
on the dock.
The L?
Yeah.
Well, that's what the splash boards are fixed to.
And the splashboards are optional.
Well, we were hoping to keep the splash boards.
Yes, I believe your code speaks to, it's not a prohibition, I mean, I referenced that.
No.
Yes,
But it's at our discretion.
No, agreed, and again, to that point, is that the Sapan dock has the splash guards. They perform a navigational safety purpose for the boat owner, which is, we believe, paramount. And I believe Kelly, in her documentation, indicated that there is not a negative impact on the environment. There's not a scouring, there's not a prevention of the literal drift, because these splashboards are extended 70 feet from the shoreline. So the natural literal drift of the sand, which is, I believe, critical for the beach, is not impeded by the splashboards.
and there's 2 feet of space on the bottom, so we'll have the proper waterfall.
Right, so the issue being, yes, it is at your discretion, and I completely appreciate that, but if the impact is concerned with the environment, I believe we have testimony and documentation that says that it's not an adverse impact on the environment, and that performance, which is a safety issue, which I believe is paramount if you consider the purpose of navigation and as part of your navigable rights to have safety to and from your boat. I believe that's the essence of the navigable right.
So the outline, the yellow outline around that portion of the dock where you're installing splash boards,
I'm gonna defer to.
No, the splash, go ahead, good.
Speak to John Feldman, representing the Pikes. The yellow line around the dock is a 20-foot approach buffer, if you will, on how to reach the dock as opposed to the ring. The ring, to answer your question, was based off of a 500-pound mushroom ball, 20 foot of chain, 20 foot of fixed line, and 5 foot of snatch line for the bow. So that answers your question, I believe, Benjamin. And then your question is that's a 20-foot circumference for approach angle, depending on wind and tide and what's happening. So that's a little bit more than I think you perhaps would need, but you never really know which way, or you do know, obviously looking at what's swinging on the mooring ball, which way you're going to approach this dock. So that's the buffer that we have proposed here for safety.
Splash boards are fixed under the dock.
Correct. Just like the safe entrance, just like the landings that Jack has built for the ferry. I don't think the beach club has boards, we got to speak to that.
And again, and we spoke about this the last hearing, they're designed to allow for continued water movement and sediment movement below them, between the boards. They're above grade, there are gaps between the boards, so that it doesn't impede.
And they only extend 40 feet down the main section dock. They go across the yellow, only 40 feet down. So the inshore section doesn't have any splash boards for like the first. So, like the first 60 feet, you know. The splash board's just at the end of the dock where the boat is gonna be moored.
Am I missing something here? But do you have is it in your application here where your property owners are adjacent along that beach? Do you have,
It's not required, the surveys is based on the old dock.
Already
code, so it's not-
adjacent property owner to.
Yeah, that's a new dock code requirement.
And
It's crazy, that.
sorry?
We are the adjacent property owner to the east. So this is the
East,
application
okay.
for 6 Bluff. We are in 4 Bluff. And
I
then
could, this
this
was,
gentleman here, I believe, is the property owner to the east.
this is an application.
Bluff.
Right.
That's the dock.
That's the dock.
Yeah.
He's to the east, which means he's down here. This gentleman,
Correct.
he's down here.
Yes, he's east.
And then there's one here,
We are the owners to the north.
north, and then there's other people this way.
Yeah, but we're
Okay,
past that, but yes.
got it.
And the splash boards in the documentation are 2 feet off the seabed floor and gap 2 inches in between each. And all of that was approved and reviewed by, for the Army Corps permit, by the National Marine Fisheries Service, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, New York Department of State, New York Department of Environmental Protection. Of course, we have the DEC permit, and those 4 agencies were part of the Army Corps review.
$11.27.
Making runs at the ferry.
Yeah, I'm happy to stay there as long as.
And just in case you missed the ferry, my boat is not on its mooring, it's at the dock, so I can drive you over to Greenport.
Park on the south.
We will,
That's true.
we will pick this up again on October 20th.
Just making one
Yes.
quick comment.
Yes.
That's great. So it's Stella Lagunas, I'm speaking on behalf of the Shelter Island Heights Property Owners Corp. In reviewing John's letter, it appeared to us as if the letter relies on town code that was recently amended in early 2025. And this submission to the DEC was made in December 2023. So this should be under the old town code. So I would respectfully ask that the letter be redrafted to either go by the code that we're supposed to be going by, which is pre this one, or that if you all decide that you want to go by the new code, that we look at the code in its entirety and not just selectively.
You mean this letter? In the,
Right.
what we just got?
Yeah, his letter, was that the September 19, 2025?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
So that letter appears to us as if it's going by the current code, the new code. But based on the submission to the DEC, it should be under the old or prior code.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I would like the record to reflect the old code in whatever the submission was.
Well, it's to his advantage to have it reflect the old code.
Maybe I need to vote.
Well,
I can
no,
speak on this one. I mean, I've heard the question and I can respond and speak to council on this.
yeah, so, and then we'll just make further comments on the 20th. So thanks and adios amigos.
Yes.
Sorry, oh, Tim?
I just want to be clear, so we will be able to comment when?
October 20th.
October 20th.
Yeah, we'll reconvene the public hearing on the 20th.
October 20th.
Apologies to everyone. Hopefully we've cleared the decks a little bit today. So, close the meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.